Okay, we're live. We kept all the peanuts in suspense. What?
Ah, there we are.
Oh, okay. Andrea's saying she did something, but I don't know what she did. Okay, we're live. Oh, and I forgot to mute. And Paul's question was, I've got to scroll back up for that. WB paleontologist who made detailed documentation of the dinosaur known as the Megalosaurus.
And no, Terry, it wasn't your first guess. It wasn't the Warner Brothers.
Hey, WB?
Oh yeah, I like this. Yeah.
Jinx you. Thank you, Google. Hey, you're not supposed to tell us your cheat, Jinx you. Well,
I love the whole.
farmers checked by googling just to see if he was
Well,
right.
there's the whole story behind the Megalosaurus, because you've got to bear in mind that this is back in the day when they're first starting to analyze these things. I think some of them weren't quite sure what they were looking at.
No, that's right.
Well, weren't they dinosaurs?
Well, no, it's the fossilized, it's the bits of fossilized bone that they have found, particularly the Megalosaurus. There was a really rather tragic case of misidentification,
Oh,
shall we say? They'd found a bit, and they said, "Do you know what this? Do you know what this looks like? It looks like a pair of fossilized balls."
okay.
Yes. So, in that particular case, it was labelled as scrotum humanum.
It was from a human.
Well, no, of course it wasn't. But that's what it looked like.
Okay, I won't use the word cheating then, Jinx you. Res- uh, something research. It'll be classed as then, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think the other, probably the famous one. What was it? The iguanodon. They'd come up. They recreated what they thought it looked like, and this huge lumbering sort of four-legged beast with a big spike on its nose. Well, unfortunately, it was missing the other spike, and it wasn't on its nose. It was the iguanodon's thumbs, as it turned out. And it wasn't a quadruped, didn't really walk on four legs at all, but sort of, this was the early days, and they were trying to sort of,
Yeah.
they'd found these bones and trying to recreate the skeleton and what the animal would have looked like. And there was a few sort of, misidentifications and teething troubles along the way, bless them.
If
Yeah, but
if we can
remember,
find
famous
some
boy, the ancients knew more than us, right?
What's that?
Remember, the ancients knew more than us,
Uh,
right? That's what the flat earthers keep telling us.
well, so they keep saying, yes.
Yeah.
if you can Google some images for that, I'll throw them up on the screen of the ones that they thought they looked like. If you're on the same page as that, where you've got the name
Uh,
from,
Let me
or is it
do
something
a.
you have to go somewhere else to get?
No, 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 no. Um, I will put up in Fair Suck of the Sav what they thought initially the megalodon looked like.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, the English have got some quite fancy blunders that were made in paleontology. I mean,
Yes.
Piltdown Man, that's a classic.
Oh god, yeah, 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 yeah. And then there's a graphic showing um what the creature actually looked like, and it shows sort of an outline of sort of two specimens. This is all off the Wikipedia page. Um,
Hmm.
but they do show very graphically sort of the mistakes that were made along the way. And megalodon was a bipedal carnivore of much the same ilk as, say, a tyrannosaur or something like that. If you can picture that, that's what it pretty much looked like. Smaller, leaner, but of a similar creature.
And they think a dinosaur looked like that. Wow. What?
Yes,
What? Yeah,
that was
but
their
but we have to think back at other comparative dinosaurs they'd found or already surmised what things look like too.
Well, this was really the start of when there was like serious research being done into it. I mean, I'm fairly convinced that all the myths and legends we have of dragons and other fanciful creatures are based on fossils that people have found over the years, and obviously not knowing what the bloody hell they were.
Mm.
Particularly when you find giant skulls of dinosaurs, and you have no idea what a dinosaur is. You've never heard of a dinosaur before, and you think, well, what the hell was that?
Well, one of the other classics was, they wondered where all the baby dinosaurs were. Why hadn't they found any baby dinosaur fossils? And then one guy, smart as hell, said, well, maybe some of the little ones are just the babies of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
and it turned out to be that's what it was.
And of course, now they've found nests with eggs and also and multiple nesting sites. All sorts of things are found now. But
9 o'clock here.
and of course, they were finding what's the other one? They were finding mammoth skulls and thinking they were possibly cyclops. Because the mammoth skull has quite a large opening right in the front of it, and people, well, that's obviously the skull of a cyclops. Look, it's got one eye.
Oh, Embol says, I believe dragons were seen by living by man, or seen by living man.
Were seen living by man. Yeah. No. Dragons per se have never existed. Good job too, I think. It's also a good job that all the dinosaurs are extinct. Because who wants T-Rex or raptors, as they call them, running around today?
Oh, you're talking about like a Jurassic Park scenario, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, who knows what would evolve if the dinosaurs hadn't been wiped out?
Well, we've got Biden.
Hey?
We've got Joe Biden.
Oh, no, that's true. Fair enough.
I forgot the Australian Prime Minister's name the other day.
He did.
He wanted to thank. He did. He wanted to thank us, and he went to thank the Australian Prime Minister, and he said, "I'd like to thank that fella from Australia, pal." He called him pal, my pal.
What is his name?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I don't know who your Prime Minister's name is. I couldn't tell you.
Scotty No Brains Morrison.
Yeah, you did at least manage to piss the French off last week, big time, didn't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And anybody who can do that is doing well.
Yeah.
Sorry to any French listeners here, of course.
No, not. Oh yes, no. Breaking news. I'll post this as well. We actually have images of the first of the new Australian submarines. I'll just post that in there for you.
Okay.
Well, it's obvious, isn't it?
Where have you posted it?
I put it in the live stream. You want me to share it? There, I'll
No, I
share
can
it.
see it. He's posted it in Facebook.
Well, no, you put it in Fair Suck, and I just put it to the YouTube.
There you go.
I can share
So
it to you.
there's ours. There's the Royal Navy, and there's the Royal Australian Navy.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
But it's all top secret. Hush, hush. Don't tell anyone. Okay.
No, we won't.
Yeah, I do like the fact that it upset the French. Oh well, sorry. Although we shouldn't upset the French too much because we're relying on them to build us nuclear power stations.
Aren't we supposed to be getting them in year 2025 or something?
God knows. The French always keep delaying it, and they keep on making it cost more.
Oh, Dora, I
That's
don't know.
That's the drama.
I don't know if it's flipped or mirrored. I just found it on the internet. Actually, I found it in one of my subreddits. That's actually about subs. Oh,
Yeah.
subreddit about. I don't know which design actually you Australians are getting. I don't know whether it's a new one or just, a modification of what we're already building. Because we're now that Britain are now going to be producing a brand new submarine.
It won't be like our jet fighters, will it? They're nearly obsolete by the time we got them or something.
No, because subs, bless them, they tend to last a bit longer, don't they?
Well, if they don't, I was going to say, if they don't sink, they're all right.
Yeah. Or if they actually if you haven't made them too big, and they will actually fit in harbours and things like that.
Oh.
A good thing with subs is as long as the reactor's fine, everything else can generally just keep getting updated and updated to a point.
Oh, what am I doing? Had a bit of weird stuff going on then. So the convict experience is the topic? Is that the one? Stories one?
Oh, hang on. It's yeah, come on, Chrome. Thank you. Right. Get clicking the tab. Nothing bloody happened. Not sure whether that's the one you was on about.
Yeah, I think so, because that's the one I got the thumbnail from.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
Got some pretty pictures.
Pretty pictures, some words and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yes. Oh, I see. Yes, it goes on to next chapters. It's in chapters. Yeah, cool. No, that looks a good one.
Yeah. Well, considering what's limited out there without getting YouTube videos, I know, but this is what we have to do. Will that go across to there? Can I get rid of the top bit? Got a search bit at the top, and I can't get rid of that. Okay. I may have to play with it. Okay, I'll grab that one. Okay, we'll go back here. Back to there for now. I'll see if I can play with it a bit. Oh, no, I can't. That's all my... May not be able to do anything with it. Smaller? No, smaller's not going to help. No, we're just going to have that top bit at the top. Then it's too small. I have to make it get bigger. 20, that's 100. Okay, it's a bit smaller. I can't go there. It doesn't look like it fits.
What are you mumbling about, Terry?
Oh,
he's trying to fit this thing on the screen.
I'm trying to fit it in because sometimes you can't play with them enough to get them right, because every single one's different.
I know. I have that problem too. That you...
I'll just have to leave it there then. Okay. That's the title. It's the convict experience. In 19th century England, the sentence for a variety of crimes was transportation to Australia, a harsh punishment for many convicts, never seeing their homeland again. Ah, that was the punishment in
Quite
itself, really, wasn't it?
yeah, but it is quite harsh, you know, considering some of the crimes they committed. We're just going to send you halfway around the world and you're never coming back again. Bye.
Better than the other option at the time, being hung by the neck until you are dead.
Well, yes. Yes, this is true.
So during the first 80 years of white settlement, from 1788 to 1868, 165,000 convicts were transported from England to Australia.
Yeah, big numbers.
Transportation wasn't limited to Australia. It was a method various governments had been using for dealing with convicted criminals. The most common reason for transportation was theft. This included pickpocketing, shoplifting, stealing horses and sheep, highway robbery, housebreaking, and receiving stolen goods. In some cases, the theft was associated with violence. You didn't have to steal much to be exiled. Even pinching a handkerchief was deemed a transportable offence.
Yeah.
Less common reasons for being transported were the crimes of rape, manslaughter, murder, forgery, and even bigamy. Wow.
Mm.
There's no way I'm going to read that. It's written there.
No.
Convict labour. Governor Phillip often employed convicts according to their skills. They may have been carpenters, servants, cooks, farmers, or shepherds before they were transported. Convicts were a source of labour to build roads, bridges, courthouses, hospitals, and other public buildings, or to work on government farms. While educated convicts may have been given jobs such as record keeping for the government administration, female convicts, on the other hand, were generally employed as domestic servants to the officers. Crime and punishment. Convict discipline was invariably harsh and often quite arbitrary. One of the main forms of punishment was a thrashing with the cat of nine tails, a multi-tailed whip that often also contained lead weights. 50 lashes was standard punishment, which was enough to strip the skin from someone's back, but this could be increased to more than 100. Ouch.
Yes.
I know there were cases in the British Army where soldiers were sentenced to 1,000 lashes, which was basically
Wow.
death by flogging.
Yeah, it would be. Oh, I lost my mouse. It's views in New South Wales and Van Diemen's Land Australian scrapbook. Okay, these must have been early drawings they did.
Mm.
Probably got dates, something written there, but I can't read it.
1830.
Oh, okay. Just as dreadful as the cat of nine tails was a long stint on a chain gang, where convicts were employed to build roads in the colony. Their work was backbreaking and was made difficult and painful as convicts were shackled together around their ankles and irons and chains weighing 4.5 kilos or more. You only found out recently up just past Sydney there's a road that's probably just mainly a cycleway more or less now in the bush, and you can see the culverts that the convicts made for the little washouts and that.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it goes from Hornsby up north, or is it on the other side of the Hawkesbury? I forget now. I think it's on this side of the Hawkesbury, between Sydney and the Hawkesbury somewhere, like the old, like original road, so to speak. During the day, the prisoners were supervised by a military guard assisted by brutal convict overseers. Convicts were given the task of disciplining their fellows. Convicts were given the task of disciplining their fellows. What other people that were convicts, I suppose.
Yeah.
Okay. At night, they were locked up in a small wooden hut behind stockades. Worse than the cat or chain gang was transportation to harsher and more remote penal settlements in Norfolk Island, Port Macquarie and Moreton Bay. There was something funny. Did I miss? Can't quite work out what that drawing is. Looks like a house or something. In a field. In a field. It's like it's something in the field. I can see dwellings at the back. These are only watercolours, aren't they? They used to do things within in their books.
That's it. Yeah, I can't quite.
I can't make out the writing either.
Well, I think that's more of like a gatehouse, because I think you've got like walls or stockade either side of it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I get you.
It's probably a hedge.
Could be a hedge.
But that's an actual image of the original book by the look of it too. You can see it's.
Yeah.
See how the images of the opened up.
Yeah, it's a photo of the actual book, isn't it?
Yeah. That's the ticket. In the first 50 years of white settlement, society was changing rapidly. Free settlers were moving to Australia, and convicts were increasingly employed to work for them. As convicts either finished their sentence or were pardoned, they were able to earn a living and sustain themselves through jobs and land grants. By the mid-1830s, most convicts were assigned to private employment. The easiest way for a convict to reduce their sentence was to work hard, stay out of trouble. They could then be given a ticket of leave or pardon. Ticket of leave holders were allowed to work for themselves and to acquire property, on the condition that they live within a specified district and report regularly to a magistrate. Such as like being on parole, I suppose, yeah.
It sounds like it, yeah.
Yeah. Any misbehaviour at all could result in the ticket being taken away from them. Yeah, basically on parole.
Yeah, that is. It's parole, isn't it?
Yeah. There are two types of pardon available. A conditional pardon was granted by the governor on the condition that the former convict stayed in the colony. An absolute pardon gave a convict unconditional freedom to travel wherever they liked in the world. Okay. Convicts who didn't qualify for either a ticket or leave or pardon were given a certificate of freedom once the sentence had been served. That's an example of a ticket. I suppose just like a document.
Yeah.
Colonial. I can't work out the Secretary's office or something.
Yeah, Colonial Secretary's Office, New South Wales, 16th of May, 1828, I think it is. It is His Excellency the Governor's pleasure to dispense with the attendance at government work of William. I don't know. Handwriting gets a bit dodgy there.
William Anson.
William Anson, because I just scrolled down to the description of the image. Yeah.
Okay, I can do that for you.
Yeah, that bit. Yeah.
That helped. Okay. Is it your turn yet, Farmer?
Yeah, I don't mind wearing convict clothing.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Till 1810, the government handed out civilian clothes or slops to convicts. There was no need for a uniform because nearly everyone in the colony was a convict. However, as more free settlers moved to Australia and convicts finished their sentences, it was necessary to be able to easily distinguish the convicts. New uniform consisted of a coarse woolen jacket, a yellow or grey waistcoat, a pair of trousers and long socks, shoes, 2 cotton or linen shirts, a neckerchief, and a hat. What a lovely hat that is.
Oh, look at that hat.
Hey, that's classy, isn't it? Hey, you click through and look at the jacket then.
What, in the same section?
Yeah, because there's 4 images in there. You can hang on, go back down a bit.
Oh,
there
the
you go.
little
You're on
arrows.
image 1 of 4. So if you click on the little arrow,
Yeah, or here.
or there, one or t'other. So you've got a button,
Okay.
and then the next one, which is particularly stylish, I think. There you go. Look at that.
Wow.
That's the convict jacket. So, yeah, that makes
Very,
you stand
very
out, doesn't it?
distinguishable, isn't it, with the pattern that's got.
But looks a bit like a jockey's jacket, doesn't it? With
It
the
does a
colours.
bit, doesn't it? Yes. You just need the silk scarf and everything to go with it.
Yeah, but these bits having to wear would be the.
Yeah. Now, just imagine how uncomfortable it'd be actually going out and doing work on the land whilst you're chained to the guys next to you, stuff like that.
Yeah. And they were riveted on, weren't they? They weren't locked.
Yeah, that I don't know.
I think they were riveted. They actually had a hot rivet put through them and then just bashed over.
But yeah, not very nice.
I think that was it. Yeah, I know that wasn't very long, but it's a start. I'll just have a quick look. I don't think that other ones that we've got in there gave any extra. I did grab them just in case.
Well, of course, that's just the first chapter, of course.
Yeah. I don't know where the second chapter is.
Wait,
Here, next chapter. There we go.
Next chapter, yes. And it goes to convict lives.
Oh, okay. How long does that go for?
Not too
that
long,
bad,
but
not
it
too
does
bad.
it does look at one. From what I can see, it covers one person in particular.
Okay, I
A
think we
horse
should
thief.
probably just squeeze that in. Yeah, we should be able to squeeze that in.
Looks like she's got an interesting story.
Okay.
Right then, convict lives. Only the most basic details are known about the lives and crimes of many of the convicts sent to Australia. Government records, shipping lists, and court records show little more than their name, date of birth, crime, sentence, the court at which they're convicted, the ship they sailed on, and date of sailing.
Who?
What? I think Blue was hot mic.
Oh.
What?
Huh?
Hello,
Yeah,
Blue.
no, yeah. Hello.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Hello.
Hello?
What's going on here?
That's random.
Oh. Mm. Good morning.
Good,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Good morning.
Please continue.
Anyway, shall I continue?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Quite know what was happening there. Right. Anyway, however, the library has a collection of contemporary newspaper reports, broadsides, personal diaries, and letters, which make it possible to piece together the lives and stories of a number of convicts. Some stories are surprisingly ordinary, others are quite extraordinary. And if you scroll down, you might be able to see the picture of Margaret Catchpole, 1762 to 1819, and she was a horse thief. Go on, Terry. Give it a bit of scroll.
Oh, sorry, I get DMs from people.
I know.
There was cats this time.
Oh, all right.
I get a couple of messages from him when I message him. Or Brainy Beaver. I've had Brainy Beaver randomly doing it sometimes. Depends who they are. I don't know. They might be secretly watching us, and I don't know that they're there.
Oh, okay.
Like Anthony. Who was it at that time? What are you up to? Extraordinary.
Yes. Yes. Just saying Margaret Catchpole. It looks like she's from sort of my neck of the woods, as was.
Yep.
Margaret Catchpole, the famous horse thief. She was born in Suffolk, good old Suffolk, and worked as a servant before being employed by the Cobbold family in Ipswich, one of the major towns in Suffolk. Which is true. John Cobbold was a brewer, and his wife Elizabeth a writer. Catchpole's job in the household was as undercook and undernurse. So presumably there were cooks and nurses as well. She was a valued member of the household and learnt to read and write. Well done, you. Catchpole stopped working for the Cobbolds in 1795, and after being very ill and unemployed for quite some time, stole John Cobbold's horse in May 1797 and rode it more than 100 kilometres to London, where she planned to sell it. Before she had a chance to do so, she was arrested, tried, and sentenced to death at the Suffolk Summer Assizes, sentenced to death for stealing a horse. She managed to escape the gallows when her sentence was commuted to 7 years transportation. It took some years before she found herself in Australia. For several years, she languished in New Jail, Ipswich, in the custody of John Ripshaw. In March 1800, she used a clothesline to help scale the 22-foot, 6.7-metre jail walls. Margaret was recaptured almost immediately and sentenced to death for the second time in her life. Yeah, not something you want to make a habit of. Once again, that sentence was commuted to transportation for the term of her natural life. Margaret Catchpole left England on board the Nile in 1801. Arriving in Sydney on the 14th of December 1801, she initially worked as a cook for the New South Wales Commissary. John Palmer in, go on, how do you say that?
Where? Woolloomooloo?
Woolloomooloo? I love Woolloomooloo. I love your Australian place names. Subsequently, Catchpole worked for various I'm not blaming you. I just love it. What should we call this place? Let's call it Woolloomooloo. She worked for various well-known families, including the Faithfuls, the Rouses, the Dights, the Woods, and the Skinners. Like the Cobbolds, many of these employers treated her as one of the family, and she was given an enormous amount of responsibility. Her hard work and decent attitude paid off. Governor Macquarie pardoned her on the 31st of January, 1814. So it took her 13 years of her life sentence to get pardoned.
Oh, there she is.
There she is. Margaret Catchpole.
Yeah. And it wasn't a photograph, it's a drawing.
Yeah.
Photography was only in its infancy.
They didn't have fur photography in 1814.
Well, that's what I said. Photography was in its infancy.
You had to wait. You had to wait until 1834 for Henry Fox Talbot.
Right, where are we? Oh, yeah. Even though she was no longer forced to stay in Australia, Margaret Catchpole never returned to England. She stayed in Australia the rest of her life, running a small shop in Richmond, acting as midwife and nurse, and helping others as much as she could. Unfortunately, her life as a free woman didn't last for long. She died of influenza on the 13th of May, 1819.
Oh.
So she had 5 years of freedom in Australia.
Yeah. What a shame.
That's an interesting.
She didn't get a vaccine shot.
No, because I don't think they had that then either.
No.
The Catchpole letters. In spite of stealing their horse, it seems as if the Cobbolds didn't hold a grudge against Margaret Catchpole. She stayed in contact with them during her time in Australia, and the collection of her letters and papers is now at the State Library of New South Wales acquired from a kobold descendant in 1922. Her descriptions of events and places are incredibly vivid and engaging, and her writings give a personal and very cheerful first-hand account of early life in the colony. Her spelling is mainly phonetic, as was often the case at the time because dictionaries were not widely available, and therefore spelling was not
Yeah,
standardized.
exactly.
Yeah. The spelling of her name also changes. However, this was not uncommon then, as people rarely saw their names written down.
Written
It's a
down.
very good
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been many discussions over the years as to how William Shakespeare's name should be spelt, because apparently even he himself didn't spell it the same way every time. So that's quite a common thing.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, there you go. That gives you a taste of
One person.
yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, stealing somebody's horse and being sentenced to death, and then escaping from the jail you're in and being sentenced to death again. Yeah, that really did seem to be, almost the well, what do we do? Well, I'll just kill them, just hang them up, string them up. Not a problem, then.
But I mean, being sentenced to death for stealing a horse in a time when you could be sentenced to death for stealing a loaf of bread.
Exactly. Yes. It's all
That
very,
wasn't a CGI image, that was a PGI image, pencil generated image.
Yes.
Anybody know what time it is?
It wouldn't possibly be Lindsay O'Clock, would it?
No, not Lindsay O'Clock. I think I can bear it.
Well, only
I
one
think
can
I might
hope.
have to stay. I think I might have to stay unmuted for this, Terry.
Yeah, Alan's. Oh, it's Lindsay O'Clock. Alan's going to bail.
Look, only one can hope that Lindsay doesn't put anything out for a couple of days, weeks, or whatever, and then we can always go to somebody like Brain Leaky or.
I think I'd rather have Lindsay, to be honest.
Flatside, Chris Berry.
No, still Lindsay.
Well, unless anyone else has got any more suggestions, but that's.
Did you see any of the? And I use this word in the loosest possible definition. The debate between Mr. Sensible and Brian Leake.
No.
Yeah, probably for the best then. Yeah,
Okay.
Because it went on for over 3 hours. I've just sort of randomly gone in to watch bits of it, and it's just classic Brian, I'm afraid.
Does it hurt?
Yes, it does.
Avax speed normal. Lindsay speed. Make horse sandwiches. Save some time.
A bit faster.
We tried it faster, but we couldn't understand a word he said.
Well, you can't understand the word he says anyway.
Okay. I'll put on pause then. It makes more sense then.
Yeah.
Aaron, what? Aaron Manga? That's your Australian name for somewhere. Where is it, Dora? Dora says my favourite Australian city name. City name? Didn't even know we had a city name, Aaron. Aaron Manga. I never heard of it. Is that near Kickatinalong? Just south of Wheelabarabak?
It's in Queensland.
What's in
I just
Queensland?
googled it.
Oh, did you?
Eromanga, a small town and locality in the Shire of Quilpie in southwest Queensland. At the 2016
how's it
census,
spelled?
the locality of Eromanga had a population of 119.
Okay.
It's not exactly a thriving metropolis.
It is the city that is most removed from coastline. Okay.
Oh, yes, it's been touted as the town in Australia located the farthest from any ocean. However, this claim does not stand up to scrutiny.
Hmm.
Ah,
And going back to that name Woolloomooloo, there is a lot of towns that have that type of name because they've got Aboriginal ancestry in their naming. Same as the kangaroo, and town just next to me or suburb is called Tarrawanna, Wollongong, Woonona. There's a few of them out there.
gotcha.
But I live in Fern Hill, so I missed out. Well, I used to live in Tarrawanna, but now I'm in Fern Hill.
Yes, apparently with all the place names over here in the UK, will give you an idea of who first settled there and who named it, as to whether it was the Angles, the Saxons, the Celts, and what have you. But I can never remember. There are ways of remembering it. There are almost rules to it, but I can never remember what they are.
Clive said he's seen Mr. S's replay of. Only saw part of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
It goes on for over 3 hours. It takes some doing. But if you heard Brian Leakey before, then you've heard it before. It's all the same old nonsense.
Dora said, I saw a video in my recommended list that wasn't me, or Everett, or of Lindsay. It is spreading. Okay. What am I? I'm just scrolling up, sorry. Clive, you didn't spell Woolloomooloo properly. Oh, the University of Woolloomooloo, as made famous by Monty Python. Okay.
Oh yes, the
rules.
What?
I thought, isn't that not the cricket club? The University of Woolloomooloo Cricket Club rules.
I got no idea.
Rule 1, etc., etc. Although it's a bit, you shouldn't really be saying words on YouTube because it will get you community strikes and stuff.
That is well, it is Monty Python, but it's the Bruce's sketch. They are the if I remember rightly, they are the philosophy department
of the University of Woolloomooloo.
Real one, no perfters.
Yeah.
Okay, you went there.
I went there.
Andrea said Deniliquin, I know where that is named after the local Aboriginal that lived in the region. But every street is then named after a battle from France. Okay.
Oh, right.
That's a different one. Yeah, well, there's even names, like we live in a street that's named after Bruce, and then I lived in a street that was named after a Henry. So, go figure.
Yeah.
And then my mother-in-law lives in a street called Cabbage Tree Lane. And I don't know what a cabbage tree is. And it's not
yes.
It doesn't look like a lane, or it might have been in its day.
Cabbages don't grow on trees.
I know, I couldn't work that one out.
But have you seen how big a cabbage can get when it goes to seed?
Yeah, how big?
How do we get the cabbages?
Huge.
Is that huge? Lots of O's with a J on the end.
Huge.
Yeah,
sorry, but land. That was more of a bit of a cross between a word and a. Yeah.
No, that's fair. But that is traditionally how huge is spelt. Lots of O's with a J on the end.
Okay.
Particularly when you're talking about tracts of land.
You said just
how much longer can we put off Lindsay?
Yeah, I was just going to say how much longer are you going to delay this? I tell you.
Let's go. Yeah, come on. Let's tear the band-aid off. Let's just.
Oh look, 27 and 13.
Of course.
Yeah, exactly. And he's going to bring his little ball out.
Who were
from last time?
I don't know, but there seem to be plenty of drawn on the whiteboard.
Death says my
I see he's
cousin
got
lives-
his spirals in the middle properly now.
Oh, he drew them
Yeah,
last week.
He
Or
spent
did
some
he
time on
redo
that.
that?
didn't he?
My cousin lives in a street called Haverchat in Orange. I don't know. I'll have to Google
there-
that one, Death, just to check.
Are they a sociable lot?
I don't know.
Do they like to chat?
Oh, okay. Andrea's given us some education here. There is a type of kale that grows into a tree-like form. Cabbage is from the same family as kale.
Well, yes, but they don't grow on trees.
Did I hear someone say press play?
Go on, let's get it over and done with. Press play, please, Terry.
Welcome to some Flat Earth knowledge. If you haven't been to my site before, we're all about Flat Earth, how it works, picking at the science that's involved with it, and you can go away and relate it to the science you've been taught, but make a few changes and it all makes sense. Today we're going to talk about a couple of things. We're going to show how creation, where we don't see it, the unseen place of creation, is seen in our realm. And then we're going to have a bit of a laugh about the spinning ball theory and how they have to manufacture a lot more hoaxes to go with the main hoax. So let's start with the spinning ball and their sun. So to start with, we've got the big hoax that we live on a spinning ball flying through La La Land for a starter. The next hoax is it's on a magical tilt.
Has he been listening
It's a
to
ball, it's a
SE?
circle, but it's on a
No.
magical
Sounds
tilt.
like
No, that's not
It
the
was
way.
just what I was
magical
thinking.
thing smacked
That's not
into
the way
it
it
and
works,
made it
Lindsay.
just sit magically on a tilt.
No,
You know, just because. And this magical tilt out there in La La Land stays in this one tilt no matter what happens as it's flying around a big imaginary sun. So there's a couple of hoaxes. You know, they have to have another hoax, and that is this has to go around the sun in an elliptic shape, an egg shape, elliptical, close one end but further away the other end.
Well,
Why is that? Because
no,
they've
egg
got the
isn't
magical
an
tilt.
ellipse.
So you have to explain why why you get less sunlight on the north as opposed to the south in the seasonal changes. So we have to have it tilted like this for the southern summer, right? So you get less sun shining up north.
And in summertime, we
And
have
it
to get
comes round the
imagined
other
being
way.
sunburnt
So it's
from the
tilting.
imaginary sun.
Tilting down here, it comes around
That's it.
here. There's your summer solstice, all the sun on the bottom and around the south. It has to be closer. They say it has to be closer to get that extra disbursement we have on our flat Earth around the further larger circumference. So what they do is they tell us, the sun's closer then, and it's further away when it's out here in the north. You
In
get
which
that?
model?
Because in the flat Earth model, it's
Ours
a
or
lot
his?
smaller in the centre north, a lot larger on the outside. There's the equator, the tropic regions, the red, a lot smaller in the centre there. So they have to compensate for this wider path here. So they say the sun's closer as the Earth's spinning, spinning on this angle as it moves around the sun.
No.
So we've got the spinning ball hoax, we've got the tilting hoax, we've got the elliptical hoax. And of course you've got the massive sun, all the everything else that goes with the big hoax. This magical centre axis point on the silly tilt. All this garbage, and you need none of it. None of it when you realise it's flat. The only similarity is, where is it? Well, it's nowhere because it's all imaginary. It's like from
You're
the
on
mind.
it.
Where's your mind? Can you find your mind? No. Can you find it?
Well, he said the similarity for the flat Earth to the globe Earth is it's imaginary.
Out in La La Land.
I mean, let's just right from the start. The orbit of the Earth around the Sun is elliptical. That's not egg-shaped. An ellipse
No.
is not egg-shaped.
No.
So quite where he's got that from, I don't know. Our seasons are to do with axial tilt. They're nothing to do with the distance from the sun, because the actual difference
Is bugger all.
in the sense of the solar system is 2/3 of sod all. It is an elliptical orbit, but the difference is so slight that it really makes no difference at all. It's purely down to the tilt of the Earth as to why we get the seasons we do.
Yeah, and
About
it wouldn't account for
3%,
why in one half of the Earth the summer is actually when it's further away from the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's about 3% difference in the apogee and perigee.
Something like that,
distances.
yeah. And in regards to the light and the heat we get from the sun, it makes bugger all difference. It really does. I do love the way that they'll slag off our model left, right, and centre, while they clearly haven't got a bloody clue what they're talking about in the first place. If you're going to criticise something, try and understand it first. But unfortunately, if you do understand it, you then can't just reject it. Well, not with any degree of honesty. Bless his heart.
Oh, sorry, I got distracted from Paul posting something over in Facebook. Anyway. The peanuts are missing out on stuff when they don't go over there and have a look.
Did you
Now,
like
that's
my
what I
version
call a
of this?
sub.
That's a sub. That's an
That's a
Australian
sub.
sub.
Oh, okay.
Bloody hell.
New Australian one.
Yeah.
So that's not a foot long, that's a metre long.
And no, it's all of your mind, because the Earth is a huge brain, just like ours. That is a mind, it's a brain. All the information is in there. We download it. That's the mainframe. We've got the silicon chip in our head, which is our pineal gland. All your history stored in there. Gets transferred in reincarnation.
Hey?
Into
What?
the body.
How?
No, Lindsay.
No.
Just no.
Oh.
So it's passed
Pineal
down
gland doesn't store
through.
our history.
It's passed down through when we're reincarnated. Okay.
Oh no.
I know I think I've got to give you one guess where I think Lindsay was reincarnated from. If you want to go down that road.
I think he's obviously got no idea what the pineal gland actually does.
No. It's all part of the woo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Okay, John. Lindsay's teachings are based around the theory of conservation of delusion.
Yeah.
So I wonder what kind of chip Lindsay has in there. A Dorito?
We're like grasshoppers because we're always going through a cycle. You can keep going through this cycle. So there you have it. There's the joke. There's the Lindsay Dan science lesson today. Having a good laugh at the silly flipping ball. All this garbage going on. Elliptical because of this tilt. You can go deep into
It's not elliptical because of the tilt.
Good grief.
I don't
Why
even.
would the axial tilt make it elliptical?
Yeah, I can't work that one out. Can't work
I mean,
that
delusion is a bit like entropy. Delusion is a bit like entropy, isn't it? I mean, in a closed system, entropy always increases, right?
Yeah.
But in a closed Lindsay, delusion always increases.
It's all explained how it works here. They know it all.
But it doesn't explain
But,
the seasons. It doesn't explain.
Maybe it's just their satanic way of they have to hide the word God, because basically God comes into it. So how do you explain it? How do you explain this flat earth system? There's some strange things going on. And it's just...
That reminds me of something someone said once, that some of the famous scientists and people out there that had all their theories and that they come up with, but they were still religious in some context, and they put it right at the end, or maybe God knows or something. But even though they'd still gone through all the other aspects of their teachings before that.
I don't know. It's a strange one, that.
Yeah. Even Albert Einstein was supposed to be religious in some way, wasn't he?
I don't know, to be honest. I'd have to research it.
That's what I heard.
boils down to the fact that we're in a realm, an electromagnetic realm, a magnetic field. And we are in that field, we are part of it, so we just mold with it. Nothing's physical. This is what most people can't get their heads around. Everything's physical. So what I thought I'd do today is
Stewie, it wasn't. I don't think it was a golf ball with a nail in it. It looked like more like a float for fishing.
just break this down a bit more as to why we see it out
No.
here. So this is creation. This is the centre of the donut.
Def-
Big donut. The magnetic field's coming.
Say stop, Alan. It might be
definitely a
easier.
Sorry, definitely a golf ball with a nail through it, because you could, when you brought it closer to the camera, you could actually see the dimples. Plus, you could see the flathead on the top of the nail.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Hi, Phil. Your mate's here. The boobs. We didn't say boobs, and Phil turned up.
Come to the tropics.
Yeah.
Come to the tropics to go
Same
down
the
through
boobs
the
for
earth.
him.
Come up here, down through the earth, back and around. So it's the figure 8. It's the way. That's what you call Earth moving. It's the magnetic field within Earth between the firmament and terra firma. This is moving.
Favourite
When
physicist.
Walter Russell and
yeah.
all them mentioned Earth moving, that's what they're referring to. What's happening in here? Magnetic fields. Moving like this from the south to the tropics, down, through the ground, past through the earth, and over, down, back up like this. But it's all, most of it's going by the sun, because this magnetic field creates the plasma, the electrical. The electrical sucks in and drives the magnetic flow, the field. So we're inside the donut, the big ring in here, but it's right in the centre here, which starts at
Does anyone want to play with John out in the Pano Gallery? Try to work out what he's saying.
could be only, this is a place of inaccessibility in the middle, dead centre of Earth, no man has been to. And it comes up like this, stretches all the way out to the tropics. And
I
that's
think it's just basic
called the
incredulity.
tree of life in here. That's where everything is. But it's outside of our realm. There's our solid donut.
Oh, look out, Space Matt's lurking out there.
It's outside of
Yeah.
our realm. We do not know see what's out there until night time comes around. When that is reflected up into the night sky, onto this concave firmament, which is a parabolic image onto this concave firmament. So, what is in here, similar to this, has created our realm. So you take that and explode it up and put it out here. So this is what we have to think about. So what happens? See, this is the black hole and the sun's on its horizon. So, dead centre, right? Dead centre of this area. It's going to be dead centre out in our realm. It's an exploded image. It's blown up. So where do we see the sun? We see the sun out here. So just say it's at the equinox, right in the centre. And off to the side you've got the black hole. So it's
What's he moved our sun
something
for?
along it's slightly offset. By
Yeah, put it back.
0.6 degrees or something, 0.6 degrees. But alongside it is the black hole, which we do not see. Some say the sun is the black hole. Some might imagine it's the
What?
black hole. And
No one says that, Lindsay. Absolutely no one says that, Lindsay.
Except Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay said it.
So it must be true.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Black
Yeah,
hole and sun don't go together.
Saying that some people say the sun's a black hole. I mean,
Yeah.
that just... Duh.
Well, if you rearrange them, you get black hole sun, which of course was a big hit for Soundgarden.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But that's about it. Oh, dear.
Oh, Wally's out there. I'm the rest. Okay. Couldn't you be bothered typing everyone's name, Wally?
around here like
I
this.
mean,
Yeah, hello.
Because of the bright light,
What's
you
your
don't see
name?
the black
Yeah.
hole. I mean, there's a possibility, but that you've done away with the cosmic air. Because there's your black
Is he
hole.
drawing the
And that's that part
cupola
around
on
there
the
is the sun.
dragon? Well, you
And
tell
that's
us,
what
Wally.
turns
I've got no idea.
24/7. The whole black hole. The black hole spins, or the
It
sun
could
just
be.
wanders around the black hole. Either way, it's turning, so it's got does a slight circle. And anyone who knows science knows that Sigma Octantis and Polaris do a slight rotation because it is the sun. It's a nighttime image of the sun, right up here, because you're looking right down inside the Milky Way. It's a night image. There's Polaris, and there's the rotation up here. But it's seen in here on this arch. We see it up through here somehow.
There's a
On
projection.
here, and whatever's on here is reflected out here.
I've
A parabolic
reflected.
image, opposite. So we've got the sun here. Then you have to consider the Milky Way. So Milky Way's here, so you split it off and you get the Milky Way here. And you get the Milky Way there.
But how does it come?
Both there like that, splitting it off.
He's got no idea how things work, I tell you.
No.
It's not there. It's not there. It's actually down here. We see it way down here, starting way
Just
down
make
here.
it up as you go along then. Okay, put it over
But
there.
it starts there and stretches across the sky right up to here.
Yeah, what about on the other side?
It has to, doesn't it? Because it stretches from way there way down to there, doesn't it?
How
They
does
said
it
way up there,
explain
and
the
they'll see it
difference?
stretching.
He says it all, but he doesn't explain it why it's different in the northern
Look,
and
it
southern.
just does. It just does it,
Ah,
okay?
ah.
Because that's how most of these guys get when you really push them. When they say, well, it does this. Well, how? Well, it does. Yeah, but how does it do that?
Yeah,
Well,
because
it just does.
does.
It does.
You joining us tonight, Matt, or are you just going to be a peanut?
In east, I'll see it coming from there, left up north, stretching across to there.
Where's the spinning crocodile? Oh, he's
Somehow.
not bringing the crocodile.
Anyway,
in.
up south we see it coming southeast over the year, coming up. Depending on what time of the year though, coming up to the tropic zone, up to here. But the last few months it was just basically it looked like it was straight from north to south. But it starts curving as the year it just turns because everything's turning
Hey?
here. Seasonal changes. So
You lost me on that one.
You split that up, you get it on this side, you get it on that side. And then what have you got
Confuses me every
further out
time
from
I
all
look
this? There's the manger. The manger long trough. And Jesus was born in they say a hay barn or whatever. So you talk about straw
Hay
or
barn.
hay, so it's like straw and hay, because the sun shines through the back of it, coming through the Milky Way at night. You see it glare if you've got good cameras. And then you've got all these background stars all out here now, coming off the Milky Way.
I have.
And then all the background stars we see out here.
Yeah,
got
why are they
planets
different
around
north
the-
and south though?
Around here and around there. So you've got the planets in that zone there. Just picture it being all blown out, all blown up. It's unbelievable, mind blowing. But that's the system.
I think
You cannot-
I think your mind got blown.
It's all
long
described
ago.
in all philosophies and religions. It's hidden place. Especially, it's quite clear in the Hermeticus. You know, if it comes from nothing, but it's created something. It's the second state, not the first state. And to be a second state, there has to be a first state. Long story, just read the Hermeticus,
and I
all
know
in
what state you're in.
And the science knows there's a 7% difference between the northern and the southern summer. Well, that's not exactly the words they don't describe exactly like that. But they know there's a difference between the sun getting out and around here as opposed to here.
We can always
Because they
rewind
haven't.
it for you, old
Well,
Mix, if you want.
It's all been reflected out here. And as the Egyptians have shown us, they've got the bird showing the 23.4
Guarantee you
degrees
lose
to
half your panel.
his wing, the opening standing like this, showing the winds of this. That's 23.4 each side. That's December solstice, July solstice. So there's the sun and the Milky Way
Poor
turns
John's out there going,
24/7.
what the actual is he
It's
talking
wandering
about?
up. So it
What do you
wanders
tell
up.
us,
It's
John? We've
December.
got no idea ourselves.
As it's going
Yeah,
around the Earth,
if you could work it out for
Around
us,
the
John,
Earth,
it'd
it's
be
spiraling
much
up.
appreciated.
spiraling up. So you get this analemma in here, spiraling up, gets to the top, and then spirals back down again. It's all going the same way, spiraling up, spiraling down. And due to the fact that the sun is having to move that way, let's say vertical as opposed to horizontally or laterally, it loses the 4 minutes. Apparently, but it's different over the year. So it takes longer out here, but it's shorter up there. But it all works as a big clock. So you don't know. It's just moving like that. But the days do vary. They know
Who
that.
winds it up then?
Science knows, it's all in science. It varies during the year. But at the end of the year, so imagine it's delayed behind the stars. So you've got the stellar time and the solar time. It's delayed behind the stars.
I don't
And
even
over the
think
year, it
he's
evens
married,
out.
Phil.
Because the extra length here and the shorter time here, it all works out. So at the end of the year, it's all back to being equal. The sun aligns up with all the stars again, except that there's a fraction ahead, because over the years, like 1 degree every 72 years, the sun's moved ahead, exposing that little bit more of a constellation into the night behind it. So again, the constellation's coming out for the great precession of the equinoxes. That's another story.
What?
It's a bit that will be exposing the constellations. But when it comes to wobble and Polaris moving, all that's a different story. It's not the way they tell you. But I've done videos on that. Okay, I think I've explained that quite well. I think. So this image, night image we see around Polaris, is the same image as what we're getting at here, except it's a parabolic image. It's all back to front. It's flipped 180.
What the hell's a parabolic image?
What about the
Opposite
southern
180 sideways. So centralised,
polarisation?
it'll be right, but when you start going out, you'll find the left's on the right and the right's on the left, whatever. We know that by looking, we know that the moon's upside down compared to the other side, two skies. And the Hermeticals, it talks about the two skies, no, Hermes or just South and that, talk about the two skies, no, this book here, all in here. This is quite well, this is quite a good book. But the Book of the Dead and what else? Book of the Dead and something else, can't remember. Get this collection, read them all. They're so informative. Drop the Bible. Most people don't understand the Bible, but this is all explained in these books. Walter Russell, Secrets of Light, all that sort of stuff. So that image is out here. You got Polaris, you got Sigma Octantis. It's the same, because that is a reflection of that. That's a reflection of that, and that is a picture of the sun down and through the Milky Way. Nothing is physical up here. Once you got that in your head, you start understanding the realm we're in. Flat sky we see up here for some reason. I mean, it would probably carry on up there. It could be the full circle, and we're all in this bubble, like a bubble. Found its right frequency, and boom, it was all created. Check out this side here. Stew. I think the light put a glare on that. I think it's about like this. They've got all the information. It all relates to flat Earth. They know the Earth's flat. They just must find it hard to explain it or something. And it works mostly with this spinning ball system. It's easy to understand with the spinning ball system when it comes to, this distance out south here. But you've got to realise this where the word relativity came from, because it's all relative to you out there. You mould with the electromagnetic field of power. We go with it.
That's not where relativity came from.
Yeah, that's what it means.
Oh,
It's probably about all
It's
I've
not
got to talk about,
relative.
really. I've got things on my phone here.
Man.
Oh, magnetic north. I want to touch on that in another video, but people are scoffing at the fact
There
that
must be a special case.
I know
down
that
there.
Earth grows, expands out from the centre. Everything in our realm was a spiral. It's moving, spiralling up, spiralling down, pumping up, pumping down. Earth grows, it spirals out from the centre. So this is the way the magnetic fields are moving. If you're looking down on Earth, spiralling out from the north, west, out from the south, spinning around to the west. What science has done is they've taken it,
West.
flipped it up this way, so now it's a ball. But the magnetic fields are going like this across the Earth. It's in the wind, so it's all going that way. But the Earth is the opposite. So above going this way, below going that way. So Earth is growing out this way, but at the same time it's coming out from the centre. You've got what's the word? Subduction going on at the same time, but you've also got it winding out south, so you don't see it. It's all way beyond us, the Antarctica. That extra growth is getting lost out in Antarctica, and you're not seeing what's exactly coming out of dead centre north, because it's the place of inaccessibility. So you can imagine there's a circle that no man has ever been in. You'll always come to this point. You cannot penetrate that circle, just like you cannot penetrate a certain point out here. Man, we're surviving this magnetic field. We cannot survive outside there. You will die before you get there. You just fall apart. Your atoms dilate, start resonating. No, it's a long story then. You see got the circle here. And so, who's to say, who's fooling us?
Your atoms
So where
dilate.
geographical north is
What
compared
the
to
hell
the
is he
magnetic north.
talking
There's
about?
no one can get to the dead
The
centre
dilated atom.
for the exact geographical north.
Dilated atoms.
So,
It's nice.
Is
I'm
it-
sorry,
is
Mrs.
it-
Atom.
and
Sorry,
Is
Mrs.
this-
Atom. You've got to go to the hospital. You're 10 centimetres dilated.
perimeter, getting it here.
Is,
So it depends on
Is
what's
this
happening up
big-
here. Because it's all
is
based on
this
the sun.
sphincter dilating, is it?
Oh,
I'm saying this is our magnet. It's
Easy
pointing to
tiger.
this. It's pointing in here. This magnetic field. Whether it's the sun itself or what's going on around it, but it's not down here. The magnetic field's coming up this way. So I'm thinking there's not a magnetic rock or anything down here, no magnetite or Benben stone or whatever they want to call it, but there is the Luminov, whatever they call it, ridge, the Russian ridge, which spirals out of here and creates this forms this big ridge all the way around like this. And there's the two systems, another dual system, isn't it? With the subduction going on, but at the same time you've got to imagine it's being the subduction taking place and replenishing the earth. There's an extra flow coming out, expanding out, and then you find what's happening. The exploded view, let's say back in 1900, the magnetic north was there. It's crossed three longitudes to be now here, they say, because it's a spiraling effect. The magnetic north isn't moving north. It's just that Earth is expanding out. It's spiraling out like that. The sky's going this way, west, but Earth is underneath, opposite, going the other way. It's just another part of the dual system. It's moved in this arc. In 100 years, it's moved 1,000 k's, is it?
I was waiting for him to pull a number out of his butt.
Because they
You just make up a number, Lindsay.
Here's the continents. That would answer the
I was waiting for it.
They keep telling us that the magnetic fields reverse on Earth. Last time it was 750,000 years ago. It was a load of BS. It's the continents turning. You cannot reverse the poles. Earth is a dual system. It always has been. You have to have the ice here, you have to have the ice here, and then the heat here. Otherwise Earth doesn't work. How can you spin it? How can you reverse it? How can you put heat out here, cold there?
Oh God, Lindsay, reversing the
Will it
magnetic
work?
poles doesn't mean you make the fucking poles into summer. Oh my God.
You can't, because there's the sun in
No.
the centre of the ball. Centre of the whole centre is the sun. The sun has to be there, and it draws up. You've seen the dry ice videos? Spirals up to the heat. It's all to do with protons, electrons, whatever. And then you got this one spiraling back down this way, and then it has to spiral back up that way to the heat. Otherwise, how are you going to get the sun in the centre? It's absolute rubbish. You cannot reverse the polarity.
You're right about that.
It's just the turning as it grows. It'll go so far, and then over time, it'll just be subduction will just bury it. A lot of talk about the mud floods.
Kidney.
That might be part of the action somehow. Mud floods, things are sinking. See, parts sink, parts rise. If it's going to something rise, something will sink. What do they say? Action creates a reaction. All that sort of stuff.
No,
it
wait a
all adds
minute.
up. All
You
adds
can't-
up.
you can't
And
use
check
the
this
quote
out. I've
from
got
a
just
known
downloaded
scientist.
I cancelled it because I couldn't print anything else. I just gave you something for free. Pages of stuff. All I could do is take photos of it and I'll expand it all. But real interesting information. What else can I say before the video runs out? The Earth is one big magnet. You know,
He's got a time
And
constraint.
the average spinning baller won't even believe that. First line. Earth is one big magnet. What have I been saying on my videos? Earth works just like a ring magnet. It's got a smaller hole in the centre and it just gets bigger as it comes out to the tropics. All that area there. Look how huge it is compared to our Earth. That's from the north to the south. Equator. And then there. Look how huge this is. In here. And we have nothing to do with it because we're stuck in this realm here. We cannot be affected by this. Nothing in the sky here.
Boom.
Blump,
That's
blump.
a classic Lindsay ending.
Nothing up
Yeah.
my sleeve.
Yeah.
Look, Rocky, nothing up my sleeve.
Oh man.
Lindsay Winkle.
So
Oh,
the
that was
opposite
just
and
classic
equal
Lindsay.
reaction quote is something that he shouldn't have used. Because he denies science, or the mainstream science,
Hmm.
so he's not allowed to use that. All these years I've been getting an imaginary sunburn from the imaginary sun in summertime.
I know.
The imaginary pain too, because it. I can imagine
Yeah,
that.
it's all in your head.
Oh,
You're
okay.
just making it all up.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Oh my goodness.
But what we're going to do, rewind it because somebody missed 10 minutes of it.
No.
Okay.
No.
Just no.
I guess now that your brains are all destroyed, it's the
Well,
perfect time to do the hard quiz, right?
Yeah, I know. I was just trying to catch up with what John Bernard's out there saying stuff, and then people are trying to catch up with that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Easy
24
saying
hours
stupid
sun
stuff out there.
in 24 hours sun in the summer is not setting, and then the solar cycle gets bigger, therefore winter in the north.
Really.
I don't know. It was John Rapp been going back and forward.
So that means that the sun would be moving away and getting closer, which means it would change in angular size.
Oh, that's his evidence that the Earth is not a spinning, rotating globe tilted as it orbits the sun. That's John's response.
No, sorry, that doesn't work. Try again.
Yeah, it doesn't work because, like, if the sun spirals out, that means it has to go a further distance and it has to go faster to get around in 24 hours.
Yes.
Not only that, but it also has to change its luminosity, doesn't it? Because for some reason, our summers here in Australia, just like the summers in the north, the day is longer, right? So it's significantly longer than 12 hours. Like you might get a 16 or 17 hour day, right? Or longer even. How does that work if the sun is the same brightness all the time? Because going faster and spiraling out means that it's got to travel a much further distance. Surely the days would be shorter in our summer, not longer, if that was the case.
Oh, that was a quick
Figure
trip,
that one
Phil.
out, Johnny.
That was a quick trip, Phil.
Oh,
Bye, Phil.
he's got a meeting he's got to go to, apparently.
Ah,
Got that earlier on, quite an important meeting, I think, where they're discussing the loss of a rather large sum of money. I think somebody somewhere dropped a bollock.
oh. Don't forget to duck.
Well. Quiz time?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right.
I didn't study.
That's all right.
How do you study for one of these quizzes?
Well, I'd had to have gone to university and learned physics and maybe learnt other things.
I reckon Farmer's Boy will get quite a few of these answers. I reckon you'll get some too, Terry.
You reckon?
Do you reckon?
Yeah,
Okay.
I reckon.
What,
so.
blue too?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Huh?
Yep.
What?
What? There's an answer in here for everyone.
Okay.
I'm sure of it. All right. So, the hard quiz, number 54.
Du-du-du-du-du-du.
Da-da-da. All right.
Just say 54.
Question one.
I just make sure the Peanuts got to see the 54.
The 54.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just checking to make sure they did. I like to
Yeah.
get a response from the Peanuts that they actually got it, so they
Yeah.
know.
We're going to try and pump you for knowledge.
Matt's
Right.
Matt's coming in. Look out.
Okay. We'll wait for Matt then. Wait till he says
We
hello.
may have a special guest
While he's
later.
saying hello.
We may have another special guest in later, but depending on time.
Yeah.
We'll
That's
just
all
see
right.
how we go.
I just
So
in
he's-
time for the quiz, am I? Hello.
Yeah, you're going to pony up for the quiz, are you?
Oh, that's good. That's a good image to come into as well.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. You know the rules. Question 1. Portuguese PM Francisco Carneiro was killed with an airplane bomb to allow Portugal's continued participation in this event. What was the event? No, I don't see any answers popping up in my DMs or
No.
anything just yet. No.
You can't hear anybody typing anything.
Well, I type.
No, I can't.
I type quietly. I don't have a loud type.
Ah, okay. All right, another clue coming along. One of its main actors was accused of simultaneously furthering this event's goals by employing dealers like Freeway Rick Ross to traffic crack cocaine in the Dark Alliance series of articles by Gary Webb. What is this event? Not the World PM Killing Championships. No. Not the World Cup, Terry. No.
Well, I was only going by the first clue.
Yeah, okay. Fair. Not the gay Mardi Gras. No. All right. The shooting down of a corporate air services flight piloted by Eugene Hassenfuss led to the revelation of this event. What event was it? Anyone know? Not the bull running, not the Olympics, no. All right, the clues are going to start getting easier now.
Good.
All right. Fawn Hall testified that she was ordered to shred National Security Council documents during this event. Not the opera. Not the olive oil wars.
Oh, somebody's typing.
That'd be Alan, by the sounds of it. Not
That
the Cuban
would.
Missile Crisis, Alan.
Oh.
No.
Bugger.
This event, the focus of the Tower Commission, arose over the administration's violation of the Boland Amendment.
Snakes on a plane? No.
Not snakes on a plane, no. Secretary of Defence Caspar Weinberger, John Poindexter and Oliver North were all convicted for their roles in this event.
Oh.
Come on, you've got to know what it is now.
I think I've already given you the answer. I think it's right, but it might be not be.
No,
No,
No, you're not right, Matt.
not right.
Sorry,
No.
Matt.
no, not right.
I've got a correct answer from both the Peanuts and the internal chat now. Well done, Big Blue. And the first person to get it right out in the Peanuts, which I didn't acknowledge because I didn't want to give away the answer to the internal chat, was Jinx Yu with the Iran-Contra affair.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done.
I finally got it on that one as well.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah. So the final clue was name this Reagan-era scandal concerning the use of Middle Eastern arms sales to fund a Nicaraguan insurgency. It was the Iran-Contra affair. Yeah. And they left poor old Ollie North all by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Iran-Contra affair. Well done. Okay, question 2. A self-amplifying version of this phenomenon was discovered by accelerating condensates above the speed of sound by Jeff Steinhauer. What is this phenomenon? Okay. In theories with large extra dimensions, an exponent of n plus 3 over n plus 1 appears in the formula for the lifetime of sources of this phenomena. Not mazes. Global Braun noise. No, not superconductivity. No. Not shockwaves, not chemtrails. It's got something to do with that, M2M. But, Matt, but that's not the answer I'm looking for.
okay.
Applying the Stefan Boltzmann law to emitters of this phenomenon gives it a radiated power of h bar times c to the 6th over 15,360 times pi times g squared. The big clue in there for you, Matt, would be gives it a radiated power.
That's not what I'm just about to type then.
Not resonance, not gravity. No, the fact that the original derivation of this phenomenon had modes of infinite frequency is called the Transplanckian problem.
Oh. I think I know what it is, but I don't know what it's called. No. Don't know.
Not a 100-watt Marshall? No.
Steve Vai guitar
First
solo. I love that. That's Stewie to come up with that, yeah.
Yep, simultaneously we have Alan Evans with the correct answer. And do you know what the actual, what it's actually called though, Alan and Dora?
Can I say it out loud, or can I?
Yeah, you can, because we've got answers now.
It's the is it Hawking radiation?
Yeah, that's half of the name. Right, I'll give you all the clues. Half the
no
name.
idea.
It's actually the Bekenstein Hawking radiation, but most people know it as the Hawking radiation. Yeah, that's what the correct answer was. Well done to who was the one that got it first out there? Black hole radiation, Dora knew, and Carl got Hawking radiation correct out there. And Alan got black body radiation, which is not quite right. It's black hole radiation. That's why I was asking you to give a better answer, Matt.
Yeah.
You wrote black hole, but that's not what I was after. It was the thing that the black hole emits. Yeah. Okay, question 3. The role of these entities in the Revolt of Ghent is the subject of a book by William Morris, whose ideas influenced a form of socialism named for these things created by G.D.H. Cole. What are these things? The Revolt of Ghent. I mean, we all know about the Revolt of Ghent, right?
No. I'm looking it up now, though.
Ah, okay. These organisations, so they're organisations, were abolished by the 1791 Le Chapelier law in France and the combination laws of William Pitt the Younger's government. What are these things that were banned? A hall named for these organisations has served for centuries as the administrative centre of the City of London. Not high taxes, no.
Yeah, because that's what the revolt was about. It was about high taxes.
Not the Templar Knights, no. That is correct, Alan. Well done.
Ooh, Alan's on fire today.
Yeah. The 9 members of the Signoria of Florence were chosen from these organisations, which were targeted by wool workers in the Ciompi revolt.
Another revolt. They're all revolting.
Yeah.
Peasants are revolting again.
Oh, and we actually do have.
You're on. Yeah.
You know the clue in the hall name for that organisation. My local city also has one of those.
Yeah. And we've got correct answers now out in the peanuts, as well as Alan, who wrote guilds, and from Farmer's Boy as well. Trade guilds, or guilds, was the right
the guild hall
answer. Yeah. One of these organisations, named for St. Luke, held a monopoly on art in the Low Countries. To become full members of these organisations, journeymen would produce their masterpiece. Name these medieval trade associations of artisans and merchants. They were guilds. Yeah.
There's a guild of everything, pretty much.
Yeah.
there was,
including of course the Freemasons.
yes.
Of course. I like the way you coughed at the end of that, Alan. Are you a Freemason, are you?
No, not at all. Ah,
Or
yeah.
Here goes the back again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Question 4. The first one of these institutions in New York State was designated by Joseph Francois Mangin and was later replaced by a facility in Ozzie. What are these institutions? That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
Ah.
That is also correct, Alan Evans. Well done.
Bloody hell.
I couldn't hear
And
Farmer
that
typing,
was
but I
just a-
heard Alan type.
That was a guess, but it was like, what could it? Oh yeah, I'll go for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Not universities, Carl. No. Institutions of this type across Europe, such as Bridewell, were studied in the late 1700s by John Howard, and a book titled American chronicled the history of these institutions, along with Mother Jones reporter Shane Bauer's experience working in one of them. Not banks, not universities, not libraries, not mental hospitals.
I visited the Bridewell in Norwich, down Bridewell Alley.
Ah. David Scarbeck's The Social Order of the Underworld studies how these places derive structure and order through groups like the Nuestra Familia. Not insane asylums, no. Not VD clinics.
VD clinic.
A clap clinic.
Not brothels, not loony bins, not city hall.
I've worked on mental hospitals.
lodges,
I've worked on
no.
these things, but I've never worked on a brothel. They tend not to be major developments.
Big blue titty halls. No. In late August and early September 2018, a nationwide strike was organised in these places to protest exploitative labour practices.
Oh, now this is starting
that's
to sound
got to give
familiar.
it. That's got to give it away. Come on.
I don't know though.
Yeah. Not fistigamic bars. What the hell?
It's when you get the jars
Mafia
of butter.
clubs. Porn cinemas. No. These institutions are said to have created a racial caste system in Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow. Not garden centres, not warehouses. No.
Brackets,
Come on,
Amazon.
get down.
Oh, you've worked in one as well, have you?
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Now it's giving it away. There's no point in me saying it now.
Yeah. Come on, this is going to be the easiest clean out. Name these places
yeah.
that hold inmates.
I'm not gonna bother typing it. There's no point
Yeah.
because everybody's gonna
correct
say it now.
answer
Yeah,
is...
Amazon warehouses.
Yeah.
Amazon warehouses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thinking of Amazon warehouses, they're actually going to be opening a distribution centre near me. As far as
Well done, Carl Edwards. Yeah.
Yeah,
Prisons or jails.
That's the next one down the tree from the. They first go to what we call a warehouse is a fulfillment centre.
Yeah.
That's where you pick the items. They then next go to a distribution centre. So
yeah,
it's,
which is
it's-
one. Yeah, just a
it's
couple
the
of
second
miles
link in
down
the
the
chain.
road from me, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do they have the picking and the distribution separate, though?
It just sheer size and scale. I mean that warehouse, half of it is putting what we've picked into boxes, but half of it is just the stuff that you have to pick. It is a warehouse. And you ain't got room to do that, to turn that into a distribution centre as well.
Yeah. The the drivers that come and deliver to your door, a lot of them are actually self-employed.
Mm.
You know, they do it themselves.
Well, Farmer's Boy, I bought a new TV the other day, right? But it's going to take a month to get delivered because the store that I went to get it from a designated too small a store to have that model of television, and so they have to beg and
Blimey.
plead to have that one sent to them so they can send it to me.
Oh, by the way, Paul, I've put the answer to 5 in there already for you.
Oh, okay. I better read the question first. This war began after a group of Marines masquerading as scrap metal workers
Oh, I know
illegally
this.
raised their flag at Leith Harbour.
Vague bell, but I can't think of it.
That is correct.
Who's
M
correct?
to M and Alan.
Yep.
Yep. And on the first clue, we also have Clive Wells with the correct answer as well. The Falklands War. Well done.
That's
I can just-
spooky bed hair.
Yeah, yeah. Well done. See, I told you there were some easy ones that you'd get in this one. Yeah. I'll just click through all the other clues. Won't bother reading them.
I think when it was
you've
at
got
the Leith Harbour, that was in the not the Falklands, but it was the other one of the other islands.
Georgian Island.
South. I thought it was
Ascension
South
Island.
Sandwich.
Ascension Island, wasn't it?
No, Ascension Island was their base for that.
Yes.
Oh,
Was South Sandwich Islands or Georgia? One of the
think
two.
it was Georgia.
South Georgian Island, I think. Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah.
One of them. Yeah.
Yeah, because Ascension,
Yeah, I forget.
that's one of our bases out in the Mid Atlantic.
Yeah, I got mixed
Yeah.
up.
It's where it's where all the Victor tankers went
Yes.
Oh, that's
in
right.
order
yeah.
to be able to do the refueling for the Black Buck operations.
It was so far that they had to refuel the refueling aircraft.
One of the refueling the refueling aircraft that went the furthest had to be refueled
Yes.
3 times.
Yes,
get there.
they had to refuel the refueling aircraft, and all of this was in support of one Vulcan bomber.
So who refueled the refueling aircraft? I
No,
wonder.
it didn't.
I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm messing.
But they had to refuel the refueling aircraft to be able to, because it had to fly all the way from Ascension to the Falkland Islands and back non-stop.
I thought the Vulcan flew from UK.
It did. I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
it did.
yeah.
Yeah, that's why they had
The
to
Vulcan
refuel
flew
it so
from
many times.
Waddo, and the refuelers operated from Ascension. Because of course the problem was getting the ordnance down there for the Vulcan to fly with.
I think didn't each Vulcan had to be refueled 4 times or something, wasn't it? 4 times, 4 or 5 times, something like that.
Lots.
I remember it was
That was a
something
few
silly.
times.
Anyway, let's go on to the next question.
Yeah. Question 6. In this language, immediately invoked function expressions, or IIFEs, define scope blocks for anonymous functions. What is this language?
Not a Scooby.
I know which
It's not
languages it's
Klingon.
not.
It's not Klingon, it's not assembly code.
Klingon. I have no idea about these things.
It's not F sharp.
I
Not
noticed Terry
14.
gets very quiet during these quizzes until somebody gets it right, and then when he wants the answer to be sent to him, it's usually me.
He's probably making himself a coffee anyway.
Probably.
This language typically
No, I'm
uses
here.
prototype
I can
inheritance.
hear you.
This language typically uses prototype inheritance and mixins over class inheritance. What is it? You're correct, Alan, but you haven't got the answer.
I know I'm correct.
Alan says it's not BASIC, C, C++, Pascal, or Java.
It's not those.
Well done.
Yeah,
It's not any of them.
none of those. No.
Narrowing it down a little bit there, Alan.
Yeah,
Well,
The
yeah,
process of elimination.
yeah.
I know what the answer isn't.
well, they're the languages I know how to program in. So
Okay. Promises are used to run code synchronously in this language's new ES6 standard, which also added let and const keywords. Come on. This dynamically typed language, which interfaces with the document object model, has libraries like Angular, React, and jQuery, and its server-side apps use the Node framework. What is this language?
I only know
Come
Basic.
on.
Basic's the only language I know.
Okay. We don't have many programmers in the internal, hey? No? Okay. This front-end language defines variables with the keyword var and prints with console.log. And finally, we have Big Blue with the correct answer, JavaScript. And we have
there
to
you go.
acknowledge that I think Dora got it. And followed very closely by Carl. Yeah. And so, yeah, the correct answer was JavaScript. Not Java, but JavaScript.
One's death. I missed C# deliberately because I've never programmed in C#.
Okay. Yeah. Yep, JavaScript was the correct answer. Well done.
Yeah, I remember.
one for the
I remember
programmers.
basic 10 print hello, 20 go to 10.
Okay.
Everybody, if anybody in basic knows what that does, then you'd know.
Yeah.
Clive Sinclair passed away yesterday, didn't he?
Yes, he
Yes.
did. No, day before yesterday. Yeah.
Yes, but he has just
He did.
died. Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Question 7. Bodies undergoing this phenomenon have tidal bulges that cause a restoring force, resulting in tidal deceleration. What is this phenomenon?
Blimey.
The fact that 2008 KV42 is undergoing this phenomenon suggests that it has been pushed inwards from the hill cloud. What is this phenomenon? Not gravity, not oceans, not tidal lock, not centripetal force. Objects undergoing this phenomenon have an inclination between 90 and 180 degrees. Not gravitational attraction. Gravity's girly pics.
What are you trying to say, Stu?
That is correct, Big Blue. Well done. Not tectonic plate shift. This phenomenon is stable up to the full radius of the hill sphere, unlike its counterpart, which is only stable up to 1/3 of that radius. Not magnetic fields. You're on the right track, Carl Edwards, but you need to say more. Two main flaws in the Ptolemaic model were geocentrism and that it didn't explain this phenomenon. Not orbital decay, Alan. Not elliptic orbits, Farmer's Boy. The rotations of Venus and Uranus have this property.
I can't remember what it's bloody called. Oh well, never mind.
Name this type of orbit which moves the opposite direction of the body's primary and which takes its name from the Latin words for backward step.
It's that one.
That's the right word, Farmer's Boy.
I just couldn't. I knew what it was. I couldn't bloody think of it.
Hey, hey. And Clive Wells and Fred Knotts out in the peanuts. Well done for retrograde orbits.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jesus, what should have known
When
that.
something goes in the opposite direction. Yeah. Okay. Question 8. Several posts on the internet argue that the cover for one of this group's albums makes it look like one member is being carried in a baby Bjorn, or like his hair is a horseshoe moustache. You're not going to like this answer, Farmer's Boy.
That rings a vague bell, and I'm trying to think who it bloody is.
Not Sergeant Pepper's, no.
No.
Oh,
A
so
song
we're
by
after the group as well, aren't we? Not the album.
Yeah.
I know who it is, but I don't know what the album is.
A song
Yeah.
by this group plays during the wedding ceremony of a Parks and Recreation character who declares, I mean, seriously, I cannot emphasise how little we thought about this.
I never got into Parks and Recreation.
I never really got into it either.
No.
I'm thrown by that.
Not
clue.
The
Maybe
Who, it's not me, not the Rolling Stones or the Beatles. What is a baby Bjorn? It's like a little carrier thing that you strap onto yourself and it carries the baby. A song by this group that was originally supposed to be about Eleanor Roosevelt describes going to the candidates' debate before concluding, every way you look at this, you lose. Come on. Who is it? The clues start getting easier now. After two characters run away from a wedding near the end of a movie, a depressing song by this group begins to play, emphasising the uncertainty of their situation. That movie is The Graduate.
Oh yeah.
Not Nirvana, not ABBA.
It's not the band.
That is correct, Farmer's Boy.
I was trying. It was the Eleanor Roosevelt thing. I think I know those bloody lyrics. Who's that? And then
Yeah.
the
Yeah, I
horseshoe
think
moustache thing. It's
I think I've got it as well, but I don't think I've spelt it right. At least
don't
the
know.
second
Yeah.
part.
Spooky Bedhair's got it there with Simon and Garfunkel.
Yeah, it's the graduate that gave it. It's the graduate that gave it away in the end.
well,
Yeah. You would have got it on this clue anyway.
Yeah.
Name this folk rock who sang
yeah, gotcha.
Hello Darkness, My Old Friend in the Sound of Silence, which Farmer's Boy absolutely hates, right?
no. I absolutely
don't-
love the original.
Yeah, you just don't like the...
Darkness, my old friend.
Yes, it's the god awful cover version that was done by they bloody god. No, sorry, I can't think of it. But that's
You mean the thrash metal version of it?
yes, done
Oh
by
my
I can't.
God,
think of it.
yes, yeah, I've heard that awful.
When that
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
on the radio gets switched off. It's as simple as that. It's just
Yeah.
kin awful because that is
Yeah.
the Sound of Silence. The original is one of my all-time favourite tracks. It's certainly up in my top 10.
With
But
you
it's just those two on the guitar, and that's it.
Yeah.
It's an incredible
Okay.
song. Yeah.
Question 9. This man defended his most controversial action by explaining he sought the freedom to achieve freedom. Who was it?
And by the way, yes, it's the one by Disturbed.
Yeah.
Yeah, bloody awful. Freedom to achieve freedom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what it was about. I just can't think who it is.
Not a soft sit. No.
Sounds about right, though.
The chemo. No. The athlete, Michael Hogan, and 13 spectators were killed in retaliation for one of this leader's operations.
Fairly certain I
Is
know
that the
what that's in
dude from
reference
Hustler
to.
magazines? No. Not Donald Rumsfeld. No. Not Obama. No. Not Adolf Hitler either. No. As Commander-in-Chief of the National Army, this soldier responded to an ultimatum from Winston Churchill with the bombardment of the four courts.
For those of you that know where I live, it's very close to home. I'll give you a clue, but I don't know the answer myself, but I know what it's about. Just
Okay.
can't think of the person.
Yeah, you're right, Dora. It is related to that. Come on, I'm waiting for the internal chat.
Yeah.
So, somebody wants to know out there, where's the special place?
This revolutionary founded a unit nicknamed the 12 Apostles that assassinated members of the Cairo gang and provoked a massacre by the Black and Tans at Croke Park.
I think I
And
might
you
have
are-
it now.
You are right there, Alan Evans. Yes, so Alan Evans and Irish Stew Well done. Come out with Michael Collins. Was
Michael
the correct
Collins.
answer.
That's
Oh,
I
yeah.
can't think of the bloody name.
Yeah. With Arthur Griffith, he negotiated a treaty conceding six counties and an oath of allegiance in exchange for elevating his country to a dominion. Named his independence leader, assassinated for signing the Anglo-Irish Treaty. It was Michael Collins.
Should have bloody known that.
Dora, Jerry Adams was most certainly a member of the IRA.
Yeah, he was. He denied it, but he certainly was. It was proven.
And your last question. A machine known as the Kazam was used to construct these things after being used to make leg splints in World War II. So what did the Kazam make?
No, not that Michael Collins.
No.
Yeah,
Not the
wrong
one
one.
that orbited around the moon. No.
The one that passed away
Different
only
one.
recently. Yeah, no, not that one.
Yeah.
Not that one. Definitely not. Okay. The most expensive one of these objects ever sold is framed by spotted dragons and was designed by Aileen Gray. You're all busy Googling Eileen Gray now. Right. Not
No, we're
toothpicks.
not. Not all of us, anyway.
Some of us are leant back in our chair with our arms crossed. I'm nowhere near the keyboard.
I might be leaning forward with my arms crossed, resting on the desk, just to take a little weight off.
But the reason I'm nowhere near my keyboard is I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, same here.
Righto. Plywood was moulded to create one of these objects by Charles and Ray Eames.
And that doesn't help. You can mould plywood into all sorts of shapes.
Not an iron lung, not a kazoo, not toilets, and not barrels, not toothpicks, and not veneer boards. No.
Oh, bugger.
Gerrit Rietveld created one of these objects with angled panels, which was later painted in primary colours to adopt the look of the style.
Bugger.
Not model ships. No.
Not my suggestion, Paul.
Not wham bam. Not plywood. No. Where are you? Where is your suggestion? Ah, yeah, that would be right, Alan. That would be correct, Alan. Yes. Well done.
Well done, Alan again.
One of these things with a rounded sling and a crisscrossing frame is known as the butterfly. Not an airplane, not beds. And yes, we have an answer correct out in the peanuts with spooky bed hair, with chairs, and Alan Evans with chairs.
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 So
Oh, okay.
the Kazam made chairs. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Lily Wright collaborated on the Barcelona one of these objects with Miles van der Boe. Right, yeah. A wine glass-like base and fluted top define one of these objects whose futuristic look was popularised in Star Trek. The Saarinen-designed object is known as the tulip. Name this piece of furniture used for sitting on. It is, of course, the chair.
Hello.
Oh my word.
I say.
Gosh.
Gosh.
The chair.
Gosh, I
The
say.
chair. The comfy chair.
Bring out the rack. We haven't got a rack, sir. Bring forward
And that's
the
your
comfy chair.
quiz. That is your quiz for today.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you,
So
Paul.
it wasn't as hard as you thought it was it?
Yes, it was as hard
It was
as
harder,
I thought
right?
it was. It was hard, yeah.
Oh, I see. We got
Hey!
a special guest. Hi, Cats.
I thought
it-
you were
last-
going to have I thought you were going to have a question that I might be able to answer. I was waiting for it.
By the way, Cats, in answer to your question, you typed the answers in here, but you're too late.
Was it? So it was in the Zoom chat, was it?
Yeah,
Well, for us,
the
yes, we
internal
type it
chat.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got you. Got you.
So,
Well, this
or
is
you
such
can
a-
or you can DM them personally to me, just so I know what the answer is.
Yeah.
thing is, because I didn't know where to put them now, like, I can pretend I knew the answers. Nobody will know any different.
Ah, yeah, yeah.
I knew them all.
Yeah,
you
that's
go. Oh dear. Can I just congratulate you, Cats, on your now 2 stellar performances in a certain Discord server?
No, oh, yeah. it's become the talk of the town now, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
everybody
I
talking
caught the
about it
second
now.
one. When was it? Yesterday or the day before? I just I'd had me breakfast. I thought I'll just see what's going on, and I think that was just at the point where you went, "Ha, chemo, bam."
Well, normally I give Chemo a bit of a free ride because he's normally, quite a pleasant guy. But I just think what they've been doing at the minute, and I won't get into details on the channel because I don't want to get in trouble. But what they've been doing at the minute, I highly disapprove of.
Yes.
Yeah,
I think most of us do. I think.
We don't want to get into the politics of that certain
no.
Discord too much.
Oh, I don't want to get into politics, but for those that don't know about it, maybe out in the peanuts, does anybody want to give like a brief summary of what it was about?
Well, it depends on whether Terry wants us to or not.
Well, if it
Well.
depends on if it's to do with the rules, regulations, Discord.
No, nothing
using-
like that. No,
Nothing like that.
No.
Okay.
No.
What
Just-
you mean? Certain people's use of TikTok.
Yeah.
Yeah, that.
That'd be the one.
So wasn't it Chemo was managed to get onto a TikTok with this girl that was, I think, live streaming her lesson, wasn't she, at school? Wasn't that? I think that's the brief of it, and he was getting her to ask the teacher certain questions that because basically it's kind of like, oh, ask the teacher this, ask the teacher that, because he's persuading her that everything they're teaching you is a lie. So basically messing with her education. So that's essentially what he was doing, wasn't he, Baldy? Or have I got that fairly correct? Or
No, that's bang on. That's bang on. It's the targeting of people of that age to speak to about stuff that I think is very wrong.
underhanded, to say the least.
But I don't want to get Terry's channel in any trouble by
Yeah, don't want to get
any
into the
further than
details of it. No.
No, but there is of course a prequel to that came out 2 or 3 days before that with a certain sleeping warrior.
Yes, I think Riley was doing it as well, wasn't he? From as I understand it.
Well,
Yeah.
yes, but worse.
Mr. Sensible has a video that he's mirrored from I think Jesse 10.2 or something.
Yes.
That's a very good. If you want to know what it's all about, watch that. Yeah.
And also Fleff Spectre as well. He did one as well, didn't he?
Yeah. Ranty's done a good
Sleazy
video on
would
it
be a
too.
good description of it.
Yeah, it was Flatzoid's video calling all of us cult members. I mean, the projection is off the bloody charts, but it was the comments in that video. That's where it all, for most of us, some people are saying they knew already, but for most of us, that's where it first came to light.
Oh, is that where it came to light?
Yes,
Okay, I wasn't aware
and
of
the
that.
comments are still there. You just have to search for them. But yeah, that's where Riley revealed what he's been. What not just him, but he says we. So you have to presume that there's more than just him.
Oh, it's got to be. Yeah,
Yes,
without
well,
shadow
he
of a
says we, so that implies there's a group of them. They are doing this on TikTok, and then of course
that's gotta be
Chemo
true.
tried to dismiss it all.
They're like cockroaches. You see one of them, you can bet there's a whole bunch more.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, it's sort of started a trend from Nathan Thompson, wasn't it? I mean, he was going to schools and shouting over fences into schoolyards and things like that, and handing out leaflets and things like that. So they're obviously there's probably a lot of them are at it in one form or another, not just on TikTok, but targeting children in some form or another and telling them that what they're being taught is a lie. You know, it's ridiculous.
It's how Riley has admitted to doing it. The swaps really sort of sticks. It's
creepy. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I heard about
But
that.
the exchange between Cats and Chemo was absolutely priceless.
yes,
Yes,
both of
Cats
them.
gave Chemo 3 of the simplest questions you could think of.
Yeah.
Well,
were
I'm
hard
gonna be
questions.
honest with you.
Yeah.
Those threes that those three questions that you asked him, Cats, I couldn't answer either. But I'm not the one that's going on to kids' school lessons and telling them that what they're being taught is a lie. I'm not doing that. That sort of stuff I've completely forgotten about. That's the main difference.
But that's it. And I think sometimes I don't labour that point enough. Like, there's so much that I've forgotten at school. You could ask me questions about basic history, English grammar, I haven't got a clue about.
Yeah.
Geography. There's so much that I've forgotten. So, like, I think sometimes when I say, like, well, kids can answer these questions, so why can't you answer them? I think sometimes people might get the wrong impression, and I'm saying, well, everybody should be able to answer these, or it's a little bit arrogant of me. But that's not the point. The point is, like you said, they are telling people that what the teachers are saying are wrong. So if they are going to take that line, then that's only worth something if they actually know what the teachers are telling and understand what the teachers are telling.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the point.
Yeah. I mean,
the point is too that they're actually claiming that they know this stuff. They're saying that they know it's wrong what the teachers are teaching, and that they know better. So by default, they're kind of like claiming that they should know the answers to these questions, but they don't.
Yeah.
Well, that was the point. I mean, if you're going to claim you know science, you should know the answer to those questions.
Yeah, that's right.
For me, the highlight was that second exchange, and you asked Chemo, "What's acceleration?"
Oh God, yeah.
And he kept delaying, and everybody listening all said the same thing. Oh, he's Googling it. Oh, what is acceleration? Well, what? And you just know he's going clack, 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 clack. And of course, he reads out what acceleration is, and you type acceleration in Google, and you come up with exactly the same first
verbatim. Yeah.
Verbatim in mechanics. Acceleration is the rate of change. Blah 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 blah. And that was just an epic moment. That I loved that.
Well, I would guess if you know what acceleration is, the first thing out of your mouth is going to be rate of change of velocity.
Yeah, that's quite simple. Really,
it's the way you can tell that Chemo was delaying
reading it,
because he took time to type it into Google, and he does. And when you type acceleration into Google, the very first thing that comes up, which is the summary from the Wikipedia page, that's what he read out word for word.
Yeah, but that was a tricky question because, like, if you know the science, you know a little bit more in depth. You know that rate of change of momentum. There's two ways you can change the momentum. You can either change the mass or change the velocity. But in most situations, the mass remains constant. So you take that out of the front, and you just end up with dv over dt, which is acceleration. So you get F equals ma. But someone with a more deeper understanding of science would realise that, F equals dp dt. It's a little bit more involved than just a simple Newton's law. So, they can expose themselves that they don't know much about science at all.
But I mean, I'm sure
for time and type acceleration into Google.
But I'm sure I'm sure everybody would have just accepted if he just said a change in acceleration. He would have just accepted that. But no, he didn't. He delayed and fiddled about and Googled it and came up with an answer. It's just.
And when you ask him a slightly more complicated question, that's when he just sort of faffed about and tried to change the subject, because he realised he couldn't just do a quick Google search to find the answer.
What made me laugh was because I don't know if people I've had two conversations. We're given the exam questions was 2 days ago. We did have a follow up yesterday, which is where we got a bit more in depth. And he Googled what acceleration was, and I said to him, "What are the units?" And he Googled that. He said it's meters per second. So I said, "Is that the same or different as meters per second squared?" And what made me laugh was he wouldn't answer it. No. And then after about 5 minutes of him not answering it and me keep asking him, another flat earther in the Discord just kind of, I don't know, he just come from nowhere and just screamed like, "Of course they're not the same, of course not." So instantly Chemo says, "No, they're not the same." It's like, but they are the same. They exactly are the same. That was brilliant.
If I remember correctly, doesn't the volume go from 100 to 40 units in that question?
25.
Which
quarter.
Question?
If you increase the pressure by 4 times, you decrease the volume by 4 times. Yeah. If the temperature stays the same, Alan.
Yeah.
Oh,
PV equals
you would have thought that.
Yeah. I must have misheard. I must have misheard the question then.
Yeah.
To be honest, I did muffle it a couple of times, and because I was just making up off the top of my head. So I think the first time I said it, I used different numbers to the second time. So I had to
Oh yeah,
repost it.
but,
So that might have been the issue.
but I'm sorry to sit there every day and say we've got the numbers, we've got the figures, we've got everything, and then not to know that meters per second is meters per second squared. I'm sorry, you just need to shut up and go away. You know.
Yeah.
I'm terrible at maths, and even I know that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did record that. And again, I only did it because of who he was broadcasting to. I don't like getting like that with, like, you know, the whole idea behind agree to disagree was to have debates that don't go down that route, you know, with over talking and belittling and stuff. So I don't, and I might have done that kind of stuff in the past, but I'm trying not to do that these days. But just because he was streaming it to kids at the time, I just thought, no, they need to see what an idiot you are, really.
It seems a bit bizarre, though, that a child was allowed to have a phone in a lesson and stream in the lesson as well. I mean, to me, that's also a bit weird as well. I mean, for me, that the school needs to take some responsibility for allowing a child to do that to begin with. Because I know in my kids' schools, you can bring a mobile phone with you, but you're not allowed to switch it on at any time, and it has to be stayed switched off until such time as you leave the school premises.
Well,
and that's the same rule, I think, in a lot of schools around the UK. Isn't it?
I know I'm going back a few
Keep in
years, but my eldest had the most incredible mobile phone bill because we paid for it every month, and it was 40 pages long, and it was texts.
Wow.
Right.
And he was texting constantly. You could tell. I think he was dating a girl at the time, and the text stopped it 2 times: lunchtime and PE lesson. You could tell to the minute when his PE lesson was, because the texting stopped, because obviously he couldn't be on his phone when he's doing, you know, football and rugby and everything else. But everything from the moment he woke up, you could see all through the day, and he was sending texts every minute or two, all through the day, and to the point where he went to sleep at night. So the bill came through for the month, and it was something like 44 pages long of texts, because they just sit there in class with their phone in their hand under the desk, and you know how adroit these kids are. It sort of, they can send the text so lightning quick.
Was that back in the days when you had to pay per text, like 10p or 5p or something? Was it? Because nowadays it's you got any.
No, I think you allow so many texts free per month.
Yeah.
And he obviously blew through that in a matter of days, I think. I mean, nowadays it's all free, but it was like, you know, you open this envelope, you think, what are all these pages? And it's just, you know, text after text after text, you know, every minute of the day.
Just keep in mind that just because Chemo says that's what he was doing doesn't necessarily mean he was doing it.
That's true.
He may have been talking to somebody. He may not have been. Who knows? Yeah. I wouldn't believe anything that comes out of Chemo's mouth.
Yeah. I mean, Jem made a good point last night when I was in Discord, and he thinks what happened was he heard that Riley was doing something, you know, doing what he was doing there, and he decided he want to have a piece of the action to get the attention. And I'm convinced that's what Chemo does all this for. It's just for attention, because he's not a flat earther. I'm convinced of that, absolutely convinced. And every more and more I hear about Chemo and what he does, I'm just convinced that he's not a flat earther.
Yeah.
I'm just, yeah. He knows I know that. Because every time you ask him, you know, you ask other flat earthers to say, "Oh, you're a Poe," they'll defend it. But Chemo, he doesn't deny it.
No.
And he's the only one that I know that doesn't deny being a Poe. You just avoid the question, or just avoid it and say, "Oh, it's not about me," you know, like he always does.
Not about me.
He's a character, all right.
That's one way of putting it.
But he shot himself in the foot. If he has tried to jump up and follow the bandwagon that Riley set, that's a bandwagon that's going to get Riley in a lot of trouble. And for him to come out publicly and say, "Yeah, I'm doing that as well," is monumentally stupid.
I'm just wondering what he's. I mean, he doesn't seem to be doing anything illegal as far as I can tell, is he? Or is he? I don't think there's anything.
Sorry, go on.
No. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'm no lawyer or anything like that, but I've had emails, you know, people have been emailed, "Oh, you're going to do a video about this, you're going to do a video about this." You know, I've had direct messages on Twitter from people claiming to be lawyers and stuff. And so I'm only passing on second-hand information from internet lawyers that might have no legal qualification whatsoever. So I'm not saying any of this is true. But I have been led to believe by a few people that because his address is known and the police, you know, have been around to his house a lot, he's not a difficult person to find. There's enough evidence, so I've been told, right, in what he said, for them at least to knock on his door and confiscate his computer, confiscate his tablets, and to dig deeper to see what he's been doing with these kids he's been targeting. So that may or may not be right. There might be people in the chat that know way better than me. I'm not saying that's the case, but people that claim to know this stuff say that could very likely happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not into law myself.
No,
but
me
you know, going onto TikTok and having a TikTok account, you know, is one thing. Is it another to pretend to be, you know, 30 years younger than you are, and deliberately target only? You know, I don't know. I don't think it's nice. But maybe someone in the chat's got more of a legal understanding than me. I'm just passing on second-hand information there.
I mean, it's shady at best, let alone if anything's illegal. You know, it's just oh god. I mean, you know, I mean, some of us, you know, our fathers, you know, we're parents. For me alone, just somebody just messing around with my kid's education would be enough for me to be quite upset if it happened to my child. I can definitely say that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of the kids will just laugh it off. You know, a lot of the kids, you know, will just think, oh, this guy's an idiot, and they'll just move on to the next video, the next person, or whatever. But still, like I say, it's a shady thing to be.
But it's that sort of age, though, that it's, you know, kids of that age are impressionable about a lot of different things. So it only takes the right words and the right child really to be impressed by what somebody might say, that could then turn into something more, where they end up, you know, going to lessons and seriously questioning what they're actually being taught, and then therefore they're not paying attention, they're not bothered, and therefore their education actually suffers. You know, that's where it comes, because, you know, some kids are, and my daughter is, to a certain extent. She is impressionable. She's had some issues, you know, and that's kind of what triggered me about the whole thing. You know, that if my daughter was if that happened to my daughter, what she would think, you know. But yeah, who knows?
John Rapp makes a great point. He says says cats, don't worry, Riley's not a lawyer either.
Yeah, well, we will know that.
Oh dear, that's a good point.
Quite true. Cats, I do have to say, though, I think it was terribly unfair of you to ask Chemo to divide by 4 the way you did. My goodness.
Well, they bang on about the, you know, Boyle's law and pressure and volume, so surely the simplest question is, okay, if pressure goes up by 4, what happens to the volume? You know, I don't know. It was fun. I never expected, obviously, anything different, but I had a chuckle. Did have a chuckle.
I was rolling on the floor.
Yeah.
It was quite a moment.
I did record the second one, but for some reason my voice seemed very low on the recording. I don't know whether that was how I recorded it my end, or whether it came across very low on the original.
Oh, it didn't sound. I don't remember you sounding any different, to be honest.
Maybe someone else got a better recording. Maybe it was. Yeah, I wouldn't. Maybe on the OBS, I just had the desktop audio turned up louder than I did my my own input audio. Because I can't text, so I get everything wrong. Trying to record something on the fly isn't going to work.
Oh, we know. No, we know that. You've proved that before. That's okay. I mean, you can't be good at everything, you know.
I'd settle to be good at just one thing, you know.
I don't know. You seem to be quite good at tearing Chemo a new one.
Did we ever get to find out what Riley really got on that GCE SE physics test?
I have the entire thing on my computer, and the only thing that stopped me releasing the entire thing start to finish is because the only reason I'd be doing it would be to embarrass him publicly. That would be the only reason. There wouldn't be anything else. It stopped me. Yeah, it stopped me doing it.
I see no problem with that.
Safe to say, if anybody saw it, you'd see that I had to walk him through every single question, pretty much tell him what the answer was. Then he told me what I just told him. And I said, all right, you got it right. Because I didn't do that as conspiracy cast. I did it as a classroom exercise because he wanted to do it. And I was getting something in return for the school I was teaching at. It was way before I set up Conspiracy Cat's account, and I just didn't want to embarrass him. So yeah, the only reason I've not released the whole thing is because it would make me as bad as him. Really,
Yep.
it was awful.
Yeah.
I mean,
Kinda figured that.
he's done a bloody good job himself of proving to the rest of the world that he hasn't got a clue about basic physics. I mean, here's a direct quote of his. We was having a 2 and 4th on that same Flatzoid video, and he said RDD, as in relative density disequilibrium, is the only scientifically valid, demonstrable empirical cause of acceleration on Earth. Exactly. Yes, I have to stop myself doing that because I wear glasses. Otherwise, face palming gets very painful. And it's just like I'm arguing with a complete and utter idiot.
Is this where I need to turn on the soundboard and play that little clip of him talking to Ranty?
If you want, yeah.
About siphons.
Yeah.
Where he says, it'll take a while for the soundboard to start, but here we are. Let's just fire the soundboard up. Where Mr. Riley says essentially that you can't use relative density disequilibrium to explain how a siphon works buoyancy and density to describe how a siphon works, because buoyancy requires gravity.
Yeah. He's never liked buoyancy.
Sorry, for some reason this program takes like forever to start on my computer.
I mean, he spent days telling me that our model doesn't work because if you said that weight equals mass times gravity, then everything's weightless because gravity isn't a thing. And I said, no, in our model, gravity is a thing. It's your model that doesn't have gravity in it, but you don't have any viable alternative for it. Yes, we do relative density disequilibrium. So, oh Christ!
I think the funniest thing about relative density disequilibrium he ever came out with, and he actually took down a video of his over this, was once where he claimed that all you had to do was divide one medium by the other to get the relative density, right? And then he said, it doesn't matter which way around you do it. right? And then he followed that up with that, how do you interpret the numbers? Well, the number before the decimal point gives you the direction, and the number after the decimal point gives you the magnitude.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Remember that?
God.
Yeah.
And he actually said that, and I've looked for that video, and I cannot find it on his channel anymore.
Well, he
hasn't got that channel anymore.
No, because that channel got took down, didn't it?
Yeah.
And anyway, would we like to hear? Let's play this clip I've got.
Go on.
Describe, and sorry, this is from Crazations with a Z. Describe how a siphon works using density and buoyancy instead of gravity.
It's just pressure disequilibrium. Sorry. What was it using instead of gravity?
Describe how a siphon works using density and buoyancy instead of gravity.
Well, you can't use density and buoyancy instead of gravity because buoyancy is dependent on gravity.
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. That's why he doesn't like talking about buoyancy, because he knows gravity's an intrinsic part of it.
I heard excuses made that it was late and he was tired.
That's a poor.
Well, yeah, because
when he did the video about the wrongful code.
Yeah, because being sleep deprived is when you say the truth, not the lies you've made up.
Yes.
Which is why they use sleep deprivation in torture, right?
Was he also
in interrogation techniques? Yeah.
Was he also tired when you couldn't calculate the internal angles of an equilateral triangle at that time as well?
No, it's just thick.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. He's a bloody moron.
Yeah.
And where's my triangle calculator?
Yeah, I was just going to say that. The Google triangle calculator.
That's a classic.
I have to say, before I got into into this thing of debunking idiots, I might have struggled for a few moments to try and remember what the internal angles of an equilateral triangle were, but only because I hadn't thought about it for such a long time.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it was the fact that the way the guy asked it was, if you have sides of a triangle 1, 1, and 1, it's
what are the angles?
Yeah.
Well, straight away, if all the sides are equal, it's an equilateral triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
Bing.
Yeah.
But he has no knowledge of such stuff.
You should have marked him an easy one. What's the angles of a four-sided shape?
No, just ask him what 5 divided by 0 is. Oh no, we've done that.
This is.
Oh, I know. Oh, wait, here's another easy one. When do solar eclipses happen? No, we've done that one. He got that wrong as well.
Yeah.
Give them that triangle with sides 1, 2, and 1, and see what they do. They go crazy with that one.
Yeah.
They could line up for that one.
Still, I'm sure he's good at something.
Sorry, the pun didn't come out right.
Just going to grab a drink of water. I was fresh in from the gym. I'm parched. I'll be 1 second.
Oh, he's not really at the Golden Gate Bridge, or wherever it is.
No, he's obviously in his usual studio.
CGI. That's CGI.
That's just
No,
definitely
CG.
CGI.
Which bit of it is CGI?
Yeah, and how many crayons were used in generating it?
I think it was cat. I think it's cats.
Oh, so Paul's not actually sitting on the tractor.
No.
Oh.
Driving backwards.
Oh, Les me thinking he was going backwards,
Yeah.
running over the ducks.
Oh, bless.
I have to get Blue to do his workshop in his background, and then he can be sitting in his workshop all the time when he comes on.
He's going to be getting his workshop back soon, isn't he?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Getting back to
What's
playing
going on?
with wood.
Yep.
Oh,
Why, did
wait
he
till
not have his
Cats,
workshop
wait
for
till
a
Cats gets back so he can hear what we're saying. Otherwise, he'll miss
No.
out on everything.
Oh, I'm here.
No, the problem with Blue's workshop is it's full of Cavendish.
Okay, he's still got it. I
Sort of
I
rather
thought,
limits what he could do when there's a bloody Cavendish in the way.
I thought we'd already dismantled it by now.
I don't know actually. Not sure where he's got to.
So what do you think of Blue's Cavendish Cats, where he picked up some vibrations from a certain event that happened? How far away was it, Blue? I don't know the geography over that way.
2,200 kilometers, more or less.
Wow. No, it's the engineer like this. You've got some skills to be as precise as you've been with that. You know, you must. I'd never be able to put something like that together.
No.
Well, you're not good with wood?
So it's a little,
Well,
taxing.
Terry, you might want to rephrase that.
Steady now.
What? I didn't say anything.
Is this a point where we all say, "Oh yes, I like to play with wood"? Yeah.
No, you're just taking it to another level now, Farmer's Boy. Behave.
Not to
mention his big balls.
Yes.
Yeah, Blue's big balls.
Have you seen
famous
Blue's
balls.
big balls, Cats? He's got little ones too.
No more talking about my balls, all right?
Well, before or after you shined your balls?
Well, the challenge of that whole thing though is you're trying to measure the universal gravitational constant with what amounts to a pile of firewood and some fishing weights.
Okay.
Now you got to be a little careful about what you're doing, and silly things that you don't normally think about or wouldn't consider to be a big deal. Just missing the positioning of those large weights by a millimeter introduces about a 1% error. So you've got to figure out a way to get those things, absolutely in the right spot every time. So it's got a lot of challenges. That's for sure.
Yeah. Doesn't look easy.
Did you ever get results back as to what that vibration event actually was, Blue? Have you had that verified? Because you went to somebody to get that verified, didn't you, or something? The seismic activity.
Yeah, I went to the USGS and had them take a look at it, and they say that in all likelihood, what I saw was the surface waves from that earthquake.
Wow. 2,200 kilometres away.
I'm just showing everyone one of your balls.
Yeah.
Shiny, mate. It's nice and shiny.
Yeah.
No, these are the. I need a new picture of your balls, Blue. I've got the old ones.
Yeah, those things weigh almost 50 pounds apiece.
How did you go about checking or getting to so the balls weighed exactly the same? So, because obviously that needs to be pretty accurate as well, wouldn't they?
It really does. I bought a cheap, just a cheap fish scale is really what it is, a hanging scale, right?
Right.
A little digital thing. I didn't pay a lot of money for it. And I wasn't too concerned about the accuracy, as long as it was repeatable, because that way I could just alternately weigh those things. And this is the one on the screen you're looking at. It's the one that I removed some of the lead from because it was a little bit heavy. So
okay.
I kept messing around with that until I got both of them to weigh the same on that little fish scale. But then that brings up the next problem, which is the accuracy of your measurement is only as good as the accuracy of the mass of those balls. If you don't get that right, then it's a linear relationship. If you're 1% off in the mass of the large weights there, you're going to be 1% off on G, period. That's just the way it goes.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, after a whole lot of head scratching, I finally came to the conclusion that the only thing to do was resort to water. And I bought a calibrated volumetric flask where I could measure out 2 liters of water at a time. And I use that same scale and developed a calibration curve for it. So I'm pretty confident that I know what the mass of those lead balls is within 20 grams or so, which out of 22 kilograms is pretty good.
Mm. Yeah, it's impressive work.
So did the results yield what?
So many
you would,
details.
yeah. So did the results yield what you'd expect would happen? I'm sure it did.
The results, what we've come up with.
Yeah.
The actual, if I take all the tests combined, I did 46 of them. You take all that combined, and my error is about a little over 0.5% low.
0.5%. I mean, that's pretty.
With a real tight standard deviation, though. The data set looks fantastic. So I'm quite happy with it. It's much better than I thought it would be.
Good.
So I know Riley did his version of the Cavendish, and I don't watch Riley's stuff at all.
Really?
Oh my
Knowing
God,
him, it
yeah.
will have been wrong. But what did he do wrong?
Oh yeah.
In every respect, it was wrong.
What didn't he do wrong would be the better question, wouldn't
Number
it?
one, he turned the torsion wire into a swivel. He used a rotating attachment at the top, so it wasn't actually a torsion wire.
Oh God, no!
He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what a torsion balance is. So he's removed any torsion that was in the wire. So what's it going to do? And then he said, "Oh, nothing moves." Well,
Really? No wonder.
no
Oh,
shit.
Jesus Christ. Oh no. I mean, you don't need to go any further than that. That's it. It's wrong. That's it. Just right there. Nothing else needs to be explained. Jesus Christ.
That's brilliant.
Yes.
That is the best thing I think I've ever heard. My God. Someone's got to make a film about that, man.
He had lead, what looked like lead weights, but they must have used steel wire to make the loops because he could get a magnet anywhere near the damn thing, and it was just his balance would start chasing the magnet around.
God.
There's something fundamentally wrong there.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And this is the guy who will argue against all known physics.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because he knows better. He knows better than Einstein and Newton and anybody else you care to name.
Yeah. I'm so sick of hearing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they pretty much all do, don't they? They all pretty much argue
Yeah,
against
no,
Einstein
but
and Newton, don't they?
Riley is absolutely convinced that he knows what he's talking about, and in explaining that he knows what he's talking about, he doesn't realise he's showing exactly the opposite, you know, and he will just repeat himself ad infinitum. I mean, he's told me he's debunked gravity. Gravity doesn't. Our model doesn't work. Gravity isn't real. Everything's weightless according to our model. You know,
like he did with that ridiculous claim of his, he repeated over and over again that the force of gravity was 1/50 millionth of the weight of the object. I mean, oh my god, I got so sick of hearing that.
It's because he didn't understand the Cavendish experiment, and he'd read the paper and didn't understand it. There is zero comprehension there.
There you go.
Blue did a video about it.
Yeah.
What was that, back in April?
That's just Cavendish, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll play the bit with the.
Oh, is this it here? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Been willing to share any information to speak of about this device. All that he's provided that I know of is a 29 kilogram weight for each of these rolls of lead flashing you see. So since he won't tell us what this stuff is, let's just make some informed guesses and see what we come up with. To get a 29 kilogram roll of lead flashing like that, I figure the diameter OD of it must be around 120 millimeters. And the width of it is probably something like 300 millimeters. I don't know. It's an estimation on my part, but that's the best I can do. So if I use that 120 millimeter OD for the roll of flashing, which is pretty similar to the OD of that pipe at the top, which I think is a piece of sewer pipe, and that would make pretty good sense, then the overall diameter of this container thing that he's got it in must be something like 600 millimeters. Close enough. And then I decided to see if I moved one of those rolls of lead into a position where it would be fairly close to the lead balls he has on his torsion balance. And then I put the blue oval there that's about the same size as the roll of lead flashing, separated about 180 millimeters, which seems to be about as close as you could get it to where his small balls would be hanging on the torsion beam, which is that white bar that's running sort of diagonal just to the right of the two dotted lines there. This is about the best I can do, given no information at all. So with this, can we do any sort of analysis? This is a spreadsheet that I use for my Cavendish. And I developed this spreadsheet before we ever started building Cavendish. It gives me the ability to put in the radius of each of the masses, like 7.74 centimeters for the big one and 2.54 centimeters for the little one. And it allows me to put in the gap between the masses, 4.29 centimeters in the case of my Cavendish. And from that, it calculates the available force for one side. And you see that down here as 85.84 nanonewtons. Now that force is transferred over here to the other side, to the right-hand side, where I specify the length of the beam, the diameter of the wire, the length of the wire, the modulus of rigidity, Young's modulus, for the material that's being used. And what it spits out is the total deflection in terms of 20ths of an inch in my case, because that's the Cavendish measurement. But it also gives us a laser deflection. Now, if you've been following the testing with the tungsten wire, we're getting 34 millimeters of laser deflection. The spreadsheet calculates 33.93 millimeters of deflection. This is really very accurate. Let's see what happens with Tony's mess. Now, I've taken out stuff in the spreadsheet that only pertain to my Cavendish and just left in the pertinent things that would pertain to what Tony's doing. He claims to have a 29 kilogram large mass. There it is, 29,000 grams. He won't tell us what the small balls are, so I'm guessing about 1.5 centimeters radius, which makes those about 160 grams apiece. I'm guessing that the gap between the masses can't be less than about 8 centimeters, because the center-to-center distance doesn't appear to be able to be any less than about 18 centimeters. That gives an available force on one side only of 9.6 nanonewtons. That's about a tenth of what we get with my Cavendish. So what does that mean? Well, I've assumed his beam length is 250 millimeters, and I have no idea what his torsion wire is. So let's just play with some numbers. Let's say his wire diameter is 0.003 of an inch. Keep in mind that the smallest one that I ever used was 0.007 of an inch. I'll give him a break on the wire length and say that his torsion wire is 1 meter in length, which is considerably longer than the one I'm using. I've put in the modulus of rigidity for steel. I have no idea what the material is that he's using. But using these numbers, Tony would expect to see a total deflection in one direction of 4.5 millimeters. That's how far his torsion balance will move at the end of the balance. 4.5 millimeters. And it's going to do that over a period of 28.95 minutes divided by 2, of course. That's the total period. But to see 4.5 millimeters of movement, he's got to sit there and watch that thing for 14 minutes. Now, for those of us who are metrically challenged, 4.5 millimeters of movement is less than 1/4 of an inch. That thing would never move more than 1/4 of an inch, and it would take 14 minutes for it to do it. And he has absolutely no method of measuring it. It's quite likely that you're not going to see that. But let's put maybe a more realistic number up here. Instead of 0.003, let's say we used the most sensitive wire that I've used, a 0.007 inch steel wire. Then the total deflection is only 0.154 millimeters. You're not going to see that. Unless you've got a laser, there's no way in the world you're ever going to see that. Now that would drag the oscillation period down to 5.32 minutes, and that makes it a little bit easier to observe. But still, without this information, we have no way of knowing whether he should expect to see any movement or not. So what's the holdup, Anthony? Why are you being so secretive about this? I can prove that I can calculate this quite accurately. All you need to do is share the data on your design, and I'll stick it in this spreadsheet, and we'll see if it's even possible for you to see any movement given what you're doing. You know, I've pretty much had enough of being called a cheat and a liar by you, Anthony. It's time for you to put up or shut up. Show us some information on this thing that we're looking at on the screen. Tell us what you're doing, and we'll tell you whether it'll work or not. You building a device that won't work does not prove that the device I built won't work. And by the way, Anthony, when I said the data is pretty, it really is pretty. I'd have been happy to give this to you if you weren't being such a prick. There's the difference between the two oscillations, Anthony. 35 millimeters, just like advertised. Hey, thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe buttons down there. Tickle the little bell if you want notifications. And I guess I'll see you on the next one. Hey, shout out to the patrons and the PayPals. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, and we didn't hear any more about it after that.
No,
Riley.
funny that.
I think Riley realized that he built his own bear trap. I think he came to the conclusion that if he actually tried to publish anything and see it doesn't work, what was going to happen was I would follow behind him and really show what an idiot he is, because it wouldn't take much to build that thing he built.
Mm. But it's water off a duck's back. He's so used to being wrong, isn't it? It's like he doesn't mind. He doesn't mind saying or doing something that's so ridiculously wrong and then being proven wrong, because he just moves on to the next thing, doesn't he? It's just, doesn't he? It's like he's blind to the fool he's making of himself.
Teflon Tony.
No shame whatsoever.
But then he'll still go onto another live stream, Flat Earth live stream somewhere, and claim that he was right and Blue was wrong. Without actually sort of saying it to his face. That's what Riley does. I've noticed.
Yeah. He just they all do, don't they? It doesn't matter what you say to them, how you articulate anything to them. A period of maybe a minute can pass, and they just come back saying the same statements.
Yeah. Yeah, the old Flat Earth reset happens quite quickly these days, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think most of them, it's not because they've forgotten them. They're doing it deliberately because it's all just part of a narrative. It's because they can't admit they're right, because then it just completely spoils what they're trying to do.
Hmm. Absolutely.
And I think people like I personally, again, Riley, I think is another Poe. I just convinced he is as well, because it doesn't matter what you say to him or tell him how he's wrong, and he'll sit there and he'll listen. He will still, like I said, he will still go away and tell everybody that he was right. I mean, it's like nobody with any sense would actually do that. So that's what makes me think he's another one. The same with Oakley. They're all Poes, all of those ones at least. Anyway, some of them aren't. There's plenty of flat earthers that aren't. They're absolutely convinced that the Earth is flat. But those three and a few others are for sure.
The sad thing is, though, it's people like them who support that or like facilitate the genuine flat earthers hanging on to the belief, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's the worst kind of thing about it. Why are you doing this? Why are you trying to convince people, spread misinformation when you don't even believe what you're actually saying to begin with? And I think that's what makes it very, very wrong. And just out of order in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Especially with Chemo doing what he did, Riley doing what he did, with the kids and stuff like that. It just makes me angry personally. It really does. Not just what they do with the kids, but the whole thing.
Shout out to Gary Wybanger, who's in the chat.
Oh, is he? Gary's turned up, is he?
Oh, Gary's always
our,
he's always around.
After seeing Blue's graph, I'm convinced the Earth is still flat and motionless, and gravity is just the imaginary god of the globies.
Oh, that's a new way. That's a new way of spelling it.
Yes.
Gary's become quite a regular in the chat on the Shields as well. He makes an appearance most nights. Yeah.
But at least Gary still hangs around. He behaves himself. He does.
He's fighting the good fight and all that.
He's not rude in the most part. Occasionally he says things that are not right. But I mean, I think because sometimes people goad him a little bit, but he's not too.
He's
bad.
not a mabbit.
No, he's not a mabbit. No, he doesn't call us lying. What's-its?
Yes.
I've never had Nathan Oakley back in the chat again ever since that Black Swan incident.
Oh, he was in the chat on your chat one day, wasn't he?
Yeah, he came into the chat when we were doing the roast of the Black Swan back in the day.
All right, okay. Yeah.
We barbecued it, we ate it, we cooked it,
Yeah, it's been cooked and butchered
Well,
many times over.
we couldn't do much more with it. I've picked out a bunch of videos. I asked Katz, did he have anything that he could recommend, but obviously he's got a life, so that does make it.
I've been doing nothing but work these past couple of weeks now. Honestly, I've not been watching a thing. So sorry.
No, that's good.
Flat out, are you?
Sorry, Terry. Could I just quickly ask Gary a question? that I've put in the. Earlier this morning, I responded to something that Gary put in Randy's Discord server. Apparently, he's put a video out about sunrises and sunsets. I would please like him to explain how flat Earth sunrises and sunsets work, especially with the with underlit clouds and etc. I'd like him to make a video explaining it. In the post in Vanty's Discord, I've linked him to a playlist of time-lapse videos that I've shot that shows all these phenomena, which he is most welcome to use in his video explaining how it all works. So, just so that we know that Gary's got that message.
Okay then.
Thank you.
What about your last agree disagree hangout you did, Cats? Was that anything? I don't know how long ago that last one was.
Oh, last week it was desperately boring.
Oh,
it was desperately dull and boring. It was. Yeah, I'll be the first to have my hand up. By the time, I mean, he was a nice guy. He was a lovely guy. He really was. But it wasn't a topic that made any. I was surprised there was anybody left watching it at the end. So,
what was the subject?
It was ice cream dating, and I mean, the guy was nice, but he didn't like his answer to it was. You can get some M&Ms and count them and make a straight isocron line with them, and so therefore isocron dating is just to do with mixing. He never really explained what he meant by it, but he was nice, so I didn't hold his toes to the fire. We just had a chat.
Right.
It was boring. So if you want to put everyone to sleep, whack it on.
No.
Well, it'd be nothing unusual in this show. I'm joking, Terry.
I'm
I'm
just
joking.
checking to see if it was been shilled over in my Discord. I know I've got yours, but not the agree disagree one. I might have to fix that up. Because I'd like to play some videos with the debates. 'Cause that's entertaining sometimes. But like you said, we don't want to put people to sleep for that one then.
Yeah, I will be honest. As much as I'd love to advertise the channel, stay away from that one.
We want to know when Katz is going to have Lindsay Harris on his channel.
Oh, he's been on once. He's not been on to debate, but he's featured. Oh, Planey walk.
Yeah, I don't.
It's covered, don't you?
I don't know. I found it over on in the show.
I don't know what kind of debate you would have with Lindsay, to be honest with you. Because
like,
I don't think anybody understands any of what he says apart from Lindsay. None of it makes sense, and he just seems to make up as he goes along. Because I'm going to give you an example. It's like when I started watching the show earlier this morning before I came on, it's like the sun was in a completely different place to what he was explaining the last time. It just seems to change all the time.
Lindsay's totally undebunkable.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I realise that now. Yeah, totally. Because nobody understands it.
So, what's your experience of Lindsay Katz?
I just stumbled across a video of his, and he features in just one video. He was waving a screwdriver over a magnet to show how. To be honest, I don't even know. I think the video was at the end. I had to get the chat to the comment section to explain to me because I couldn't debunk him. I think that's exactly the conclusion I come to because I couldn't understand what he was talking about.
Yeah.
We started off with Lindsay. It's been a while now because we started right back when he first started putting videos out.
Yeah, that was last year, wasn't it? That we started with Lindsay.
It's been a while.
And he's still producing videos, but he seems to talk about the same stuff all the time, from what I can gather.
Well, we tried to get him on, but he said no. I'm not going to come on any Mickey Mouse channels. And I'm thinking, well, what's a Mickey Mouse channel? What's the comparative to that?
How many subscribers has he got? Does anybody know? Roughly.
Google it.
Yeah, I'll get you that.
More than you'd expect, considering the drivel that comes out of his mouth.
Yeah, but I suspect that most of them are laughing at him, not actually following him.
He's got
a few hundred. I'm going to guess a few hundred.
No, 1,000.
300,
He's got 1,009
Is
subscribers.
he? Jesus, weird.
He's got more. He's got twice as much as me, and he hasn't been going as long.
Oh, good on him. Bless.
No, Elmix, we can't have any more Lindsay today.
No.
We've had our 27 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yes, exactly.
We've got to allow that recovery time for the brain cells to grow again.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
No more
thanks to
Lindsay
you
till
guys
next time.
subjecting me to. Yeah, thanks to you guys subjecting me to Lindsay once a week. I'm starting to worry. I actually almost understand some of what he's saying, and that's troublesome.
That's worrying.
Have you figured out how the back of the sun works yet, Blue?
My goodness.
I like that comment actually that Paul made. He just said, "Oh, some people see the sun as a black hole." What? No, who thinks of the sun as a black hole? Nobody does. Not Lindsay.
Nobody.
No, I thought-
Nobody says the sun's a black hole.
Yeah.
I thought the back of the sun was the black hole.
Oh, was it? Oh, he's changed his
yeah,
mind
it
again,
went-
is he?
Yeah, well, at one
that's the
point the back
nighttime
of the
part of the
sun
sun.
was. Yeah, that was the nighttime bit.
Nighttime part of the sun. Yeah.
Nighttime part of the sun.
That's the part you can land on.
Right. Is he said that before? You can land on it or something, is he? Has he said that? No? It wouldn't surprise me. That's the thing. It wouldn't surprise me if he had those.
No, well, next time Kat comes
making
on,
it up, but
he has to come on at the start of the show when he can. Or not after we talk about our topic, and then Lindsay.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on now,
to do the
Terry.
quiz.
Cass is a nice guy. Don't put him through that.
Well, it's like an
You got enough
initiation.
victims. You don't need any more.
Okay.
Well, you can't call Katz a Lindsay version because he has been exposed to Lindsay to his extent.
Yeah. Okay.
He just reminds me of a nice, friendly guy next door. You know, a little bit. I believe, just nice, friendly guy. Lots of gnomes in his garden and does his own thing.
Yeah.
I think he's missing a few names in his garden.
Yeah, I quite like him. He's harmless enough. Thing is, like Gary in the chat, like he doesn't get vitriolic with anyone. Oh, I've never. Oh, does he? I've never seen him get.
Well, Gary used to copy and paste a lot early on, like a few sentences, but he seems to have slowed down a bit now. He's a bit more sedate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Gary's fine as long as people don't sort of like poke him a little bit. He does react sometimes on the shills occasionally. And you have
Well,
to
we'd
sort of
like
put
to
things
have
on.
some more flurfers here that are tolerable.
Yeah.
Like we do have a blacklist. What's
Right,
this
Terry,
plane?
press play.
Yeah, I'm going to see
press
what.
play,
It
Terry.
only goes for 10 seconds, so I've got no idea what plane is going on about here. So.
Ahoy, hoy, Google. What is a dick?
Here's the definition of dick. Vulgar slang. A man's penis.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear
It
me.
cut out just at the right time. That did.
I think
I would have been. I would have been onto him about putting in the swear jar. That's for sure. Yeah, you got to watch out for the swear jar here, Cass.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Oh, good. Yeah. And you can't pay in advance. And you
Cass
can't
never
pay in
swears, he's a
advance
nice
like
guy.
some people have been trying.
I've never heard cats swear, at least not online anyway.
Oh, well, there'll be a
Maybe he does in his
competition
Private
then.
life, I don't know.
None of us. I don't think any of us have swore, have we?
Not today.
Oh, okay.
At least not on the show.
Yeah,
anyway.
not today.
Not in the last half hour.
I believe I did pre-apologize just in case that happened. You know.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, I'm all right because I pre-played my swear jar, as Terry knows, you know. So I'm
No, you're
prepared
not
for
allowed
the
to
month.
prepay it. That's not how it
I
works.
thought you said I could. Damn it! Oh, so there's there's another
No,
one.
it's,
I'll
on-
dig it.
no, it's
Sorry.
only 2 words.
Oh, was it?
I'm
All
pretty
right,
lenient.
The F-bomb and something else.
Any other videos we got here? We got Flat Earth, well, we got the Flat Earth Fail compilation, so we're up to number 28 on that one from Cyman. We've got an M2M person here. Moon hoax theory number 1. Spacesuit boot doesn't match moon print. I don't know this.
I've got two of that, and that's a new series that I've started. So it's number 2 of the 2.
Well, the second one we know about.
Very short.
The number 2 one with the flag. Everyone knows about that one.
Yeah. Well, everybody knows.
But I haven't heard about the
one
boot one. That's
Oh,
a
haven't
new
you?
one. No.
Play that one then.
Yeah, I'll play that one.
Surprised you haven't heard that one.
What else have we got here? Oh, we got Wally. We have to play Wally, otherwise he'll won't bake me a cake that I'm waiting on.
Yeah, mine's very short. You could probably skip past the intro.
Yeah, I've already done.
Outro,
okay, intro, outro. Yeah, I'll get to that. Wally did the
Yeah,
first
I don't know
ISS. We'll play Wally's. Wally did the ISS.
A minute of intro on a 3-minute video.
I know. Somebody commented on that. Well, you see, I mean, the series are going to get longer because I've started off with the easy ones, so I've debunked each one of those in about a minute. In fact, I didn't even near a minute. I could have done it in about 30 seconds, only because I waffled a bit. But you know, just to pack it out slightly. But yeah, their videos will get a bit longer. They'll get to like 3 or 4 minutes, and the idea is to do it within 5 minutes.
There's Wally here. Well, look, just like all sane people, I love watching the ISS pass overhead in the evening, and when I see a prediction app that is telling me that the ISS will disappear right up high in the sky, then that's even more special. I mean, I know that means that the light that is bouncing off the ISS is suddenly gone away. So, on the 6th, I set up the P900 in Star Trail mode, and, well, it went well. And I wished I had pointed it a little further towards the south, however. But I did get it on just one frame. How about that?
Wow.
So then, of course, I had to have a look at the ISS live feed, and it went dark right at the same time too. Funny that. And when the light level drops, you see that the camera opens up the aperture, and we suddenly see a few city lights along the coast. I'm not sure exactly where. I don't think I bothered working out exactly which part of the Gold Coast or Brisbane that was. Whatever it was well cool. So then I thought I would run the very first frame from the time-lapse through a plate solver to determine just what stars I was looking at. Oh, and look, they match up with Heavens Above prediction too. Well, it did require a little bit of scaling to see it, but it's spot on. Well, I guess the flatties will never try to answer the questions like, why is there a bright light in the sky that shows up when predicted? Why does it move, as predicted? And then why does it vanish mid-sky, as predicted? I guess these are all questions they just don't want to know the answer to, isn't it? Thanks, guys. We live in a beautiful world.
Very good.
Can't get enough of those Star Trails. Either Wolfie or Wally. Peanut Gallery's been busy. Gary's writing
No
a
end of
short.
ISS sightings coming up.
Gary's writing a short
Wolfie-
novel again.
Does Wolfie do Star Trails as well? Things like this?
Yeah.
Didn't know he did. All right, okay.
He does, yeah.
I haven't looked at his channel for a long time. Must admit.
Okay. You want to read out Gary's new one? Here we go. When you watch a sunrise or sunset, how much of a percentage do you attribute to perspective, and what percentage to the Earth rotating? Gee, it's hard to make out when people type a question or whatever, what they mean.
So how much of it is perspective and how much is it Earth rotation and curvature? That's an easy one. It's not perspective.
Either all and everything else.
Yes. It's not perspective.
Has Kat's got a spanner out there? Yeah, Kat's has been out there once in a long time. He's got a spanner.
Yeah, I've got a wrench, yeah. So
Spanner!
Spanner!
You know how to say wrench. Yeah,
Jeez.
wrench is a bad word here.
And I think
we're not
somebody
American.
said something. John Rapp put at Conspiracy Cats. I'd have to let Conspiracy Cats read that one.
Maybe you don't say the number between 3 and 5 on Terry's. I don't get that.
Yeah, okay. Well,
That's an old one.
it's a long story.
Yeah. Don't say that number.
You see how we do these videos? I have tabs open, obviously, not
Yeah.
Not too many because I don't have flat Earth research to do. And I used to put out in the Peanut Gallery, vote now at between 1 and 6 or something. So the Peanuts kept on doing 4. So I got
all the time
agitated about that one time, and I started timing. I timed people out for the 4. But I time people out. I time people have to say silly things out in the Peanut Gallery, but they get used to it. Surf gets used to it too, because Surf says stuff, and they got another account, so they come back in with their other account. But they stir me up out there, and if they get timed out, they don't think harshly of me about it. So it's like a novel. Like on some channels, people get timed out for like the main things that they do, but here it's just all in fun.
Yeah, I like it.
So don't say that number between. You can write it, like spell it out. Or is that cheating?
Well,
I was even going to try to do it in the when you do your setup for your video, you can have words and that you can't type out. But I'm not sure if people that have got a spanner are exempt from that or not. So I wasn't sure about that.
Anyway, have you got a video, Terry?
I have tried using the whatever root of a large number that works out to be the number between 3 and 5 in the past.
Have we got another video to watch?
I don't know. I'll just read Gary.
Press play.
He's putting that, Alan. So you want Cat? Oh, we want Matt's one. Okay, we'll play that one.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Gary, it's easy. Go. Sorry, Terry. Go look in Randy's Discord, which I know you're a member of the server of. You're tagged in it.
Oh, this will help Cats out because he probably hasn't seen them. I can't do it. I can't share that in here. You'll have to wait till it comes out on the YouTube. You got YouTube open too, Cats, or on the screen?
I have, but I've got it hidden behind a tab where I'm watching the football results coming too. So I've just got YouTube open now. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see that rules thing come up in a sec.
See my ugly face.
Oh, shut up.
Got it. Yeah, you see it.
Okay.
Terry.
Surf says press play.
Press play. Matt B here, and welcome to M2M, the channel that burns the nonsense. And welcome to this new series simply called Moon Hoax, where I debunk the most common moonland hoax theories, both old and new, from the era of Apollo from 1969 to 1972. If you're new to the channel, please hit the subscribe button and hit the bell icon, select all, and you'll be notified when I upload more videos. And if you'd like the video, then please hit the thumbs up. But the best thing for you to do, if you comment below in each video, let me know how I'm getting on, and if there's any moon hoax theories that you'd like me to add, then let me know in the comments below and I'll look at adding it. So anyway, let's get on with the video and roll the credits. Fast forward this bit if you want.
Yes, skip that bit.
It is a bit loud. My father does not
No, it's too long an intro.
Yeah. So this is number 1 in this series of common moon hoax theories. The boots on Buzz Aldrin's spacesuit does not match the famous footprint on the moon. Well, this is an old one and been around for some time, but probably one of the easiest to explain and debunk. Well, firstly, this is a real photo of Neil Armstrong's spacesuit taken by an astronomer documenting the preservation of the spacesuit at the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum in Washington. And the claim is the boot does not match the famous footprint in the moon, which in fact was Buzz Aldrin's footprint. Well, they're right, they don't match, but there's a very good reason for it. Simply put, the astronauts that landed on the moon during the Apollo program wore overboots. And if you look at the print in the sole of these overboots, it does in fact perfectly match the famous footprint in the lunar dust. As we look at the equally famous photos of Buzz Aldrin coming down the lunar module, we can clearly see the overboot sole matching the print in the lunar dust. Sorry, moon hoaxers, this theory has just been burned. You can stop it there.
It's a great video. There were some questions that sometimes a flat earther will say something and the answer's like really obvious, but if you just showed me that photograph and the footprint before you'd played that video, you know, obviously I wouldn't have doubted the footprint was real, but I wouldn't have had a clue like what to say about that. It's a good video. That.
It's do you know what I knew about that? I don't know, going back about maybe a year and a half ago, and I just googled it, and it literally took me about 2 minutes to find the answer because I thought, oh, I haven't seen that before. What's that about? And literally, that's all it took. You know, and it just goes to show that, you know, that's all you need to do. You know, but people will take to heart what others actually say. And I first discovered it was actually a meme on Facebook. And that's where it come from. Everybody was going like, oh, really? It doesn't match, really? And I thought, hang on a minute, let me look into this. And that's all it took. That was it. 2 minutes research, 2 minutes to Google something, read a few bits and look at a few images. And it's like, there you go. You know?
That's good, isn't it? The thing is, like, a lot of answer stuff are just one Google away for like flat earthers and stuff, but they won't do that. Well, they're so eager just to get stuff out there and say, oh, look at this, it's proof, you know. They don't seem to ever try and put themselves in check.
Yeah. And just about a bit of background information, those overboots, they were actually left on the moon to save weight, so they could get more moon rocks back. And most of the, in fact, all the missions, they left the overboots behind.
Yeah, well, they
didn't need them anymore.
left behind as much as they could, didn't they?
Yeah.
You know, overboots, cameras, bags of poo, the lot.
Hammers.
Yeah,
urine.
Yeah, everything.
All sorts.
Everything they
Yeah.
didn't need to bring back with them was wasted weight.
Yeah. Space buggies, yeah, that's right. Yeah, 15, 16.
Oh yeah, fold that back. Yeah, fold that back up and where they're going to put it. Yeah, because it's built into a cargo bay in the descent module. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, the moon bugger. I mean, that was a remarkable piece of engineering for it to fold away like that. It was incredible, and then unfold as it did. Incredible engineering.
Sorry, I'm out in the chat. I get distracted.
You're getting distracted with Gary.
Yeah, from the peanuts.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, if you do an image search in Google for Apollo boots, the very certainly the first dozen or so images show the overboots.
Yeah. Yep, that's right.
If they're just, what boots did you wear? Look, they're the big sort of weighted, clumpy overboots. You can see why they left them behind.
Mm-hmm.
Bloody great things, like rumpus stompers.
Gary wants you to do all the work yourself, Alan.
Yeah, well, thing is that Gary really needs to learn how to spell my name, seeing as how he could just use the @ symbol and put the AL and it will automatically do it for him.
Yeah,
it could be on his phone. Actually, I've noticed on my phone it doesn't.
Yeah, but he's a member of that bloody Discord server.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah, and I personally tagged him in the. Personally tagged him in it as well.
Yeah, so when he goes to it, it'll automatically flag up that there are messages there waiting for him.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it works.
Okay. Does anyone want Simon Dan's last one he played?
Yeah. It's a bit Simon Dan.
How long have we been going for, guys? 3.5. Shit.
It's 3:30, so
yeah, 3.5 hours.
Right time.
Yeah. Well, we don't want to hit the number between 3 and 5. We can help it.
Oh yeah, because it'd be 4. Because that'd be 1600 here in the UK as well.
Yeah, you can say 1600. That's all right.
Yeah, exactly. Alan had to think about it for a second because I heard the hesitation.
Or 30 minutes past 1600.
It even says your name on the screen, Alan. For Stuart.
Yeah, of course it does.
And I like the police box that Katz had on for his thumbnail in here before he put his camera on.
Oh yeah. The TARDIS.
Yeah, I remember that. I think that's
Cats,
what you
are you
used
still-
back. I'm sure you've been on here, but not for a while, Cats. And you had that on.
Yeah, that used to be before somebody drew the cat for me. That picture, it was just a toy TARDIS.
Yeah.
I've got. It's not behind me at the minute. Just took a photograph of it. That used to be the thumbnail.
Hmm.
The icon I used to use. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cats, are you still doing the Simon Dan video blog on what was that app called again?
Oh, the podcast.
Yeah, the podcast. Are you still doing that with him, or?
Yes. Yeah. I tell you what, you get some incredible guests on.
Yeah, I haven't watched
yeah.
it for a while, I must admit.
Yeah, it's. Yeah, obviously you've been on yourself, obviously. So
Yeah,
you know,
once. Yeah,
it was.
minor guest.
No, it was good. It was a good show. That I think that one Dan was saying has got.
It was fun.
One of the
It was
highest
fun.
ratings.
Seriously?
One of the highest ratings. Yeah, I'll have to ask him, but it went down well. Yeah, it went down really well, that one.
Is that just a podcast or a YouTube show?
It's a bit of both, isn't it? He does it. What app does he do it on again? Cats, I forget.
He just does it on Zoom and then he records it and edits it to a video, but it is a podcast. Like, it goes out as a podcast and he'll clip the highlights of the podcast and put it on the Simon Dan Podcast YouTube channel.
Yeah. It's a separate channel he's got.
Okay, I'll look into
Did
that.
he speak?
But he puts it out. He puts it out on one particular social media. I forget what it's called, doesn't he? Before he puts it on YouTube, I thought.
Yeah, it's on. Is it iTunes or Spotify? See, I never listen back to it because I'm there when it happens. So I don't like. I'm like, well, I was there. I've heard it once, so I don't go and listen. But
I think it's Spotify and iTunes both. I think he puts it out and then he takes bits of it and puts it on YouTube and then does the whole thing after a couple.
I don't know if I've got his link in the DMs in Discord to get hold of him. I can't remember.
Anyway, Terry.
Ask him is it okay to put it on mine. So I need the subscribers, Cats. All this time and I've only got just over 500.
Well, I'll give you a shout out in my next video. Not that that'll do much difference, but I will.
No. Wally helped me out. A few others helped out. Just get a couple here and there. I'm not in it for the money. Yeah, I'm not out.
I'm shouted out on Shills a couple of times. But,
yeah. I'm not in it for the money or anything or the notoriety. Yeah,
notoriety.
I had to get that word out somehow.
I've actually demonetized my channel. I've demonetized every video so far. And in fact, I went back in all my old ones and the old Casual Spaceman, and I demonetized all of those now. I'm just doing it just as a hobby, just something to do.
Oh, okay. Surf just done it for me. Thanks, Surf. I won't time you out now. There we go.
Terry.
What?
Press play.
Okay.
Fail compilation,
Please.
and we
Yeah, you only had to say.
start with a new flat earther from China who possibly has the worst experiment I've ever seen, and I'm not even joking.
Hello everyone, I just cooked some rice and also sausage, which is going to be my dinner, which is very delicious. So today the point of this video is to prove that the earth is flat indeed. So guys,
Okay, with
just
rice.
visualize that all the
With
rice
Yeah.
represent person. Why? I mean, you're going to understand after. So look at this bowl, just visualize it as the earth that is round as you guys claim.
Okay, so we've got a load of rice that represents people and an upside down bowl that represents the earth. Gotcha.
So look, well, I put some people on the earth, which is round. Look. Some people, they will fall off the round earth. So this proves that the earth is not round.
What?
Because think about this. We have more and more people on earth, and you know,
We're
going
falling
to run
off.
out of space if the
Save me,
earth is
save me.
round.
Universal downer, is he?
What even?
No, there's better words to describe
I don't think I know what to say here. Wait, yes I do. The worst representation of Earth I've ever seen, bar none.
But look, if I turn this ball, which is the earth, to a flat earth, look what's going to happen.
We won't fall off?
So this is the flat earth and this is the ice wall which contains all the people. So the rim of the ball is actually the ice wall. And here, this is the flat Earth. So here I can put, you know, as many people as I want.
But
What?
I thought
We
the
all live on
bottom
top
of
of
that
each other,
bowl
do
was
we?
flat.
We have,
So
I
it
think,
was more
80
like the
billion
flat
people.
Earth.
80 billion. 80 billion. You can't even get the population of Earth right. And we're supposed to take you seriously? It's 7.8 billion, not 80 billion.
And I think this is, you know, enough to contain
What's the sausage
everybody
in
on
there
the planet.
represent?
I mean, think about it.
Shudder to think.
You know, why are we
Really, I've
vaccine?
completely
It's
lost
because
it.
we
Oh,
want to, you know, contain the number of people on
I'm
Earth.
almost
because,
crying here. I'm just going
like,
to on mute.
one, there's too many people.
Well, you got to put
like,
water in there
the
too,
people
don't you?
that were,
Because
like,
the ocean's
fall off into
oceans.
space.
Sorry, they've created a vaccine to save lives because there's too many people. Right. Makes sense, I guess.
So, like, this is the flat Earth, of course. You can
Wally
have
said
more
Mr.
people
Ho
than
is a
the
poet.
round Earth, but you know, at one point of time, people are going to fall off if there's too many people on a flat Earth too. So yeah, that's my point. I hope you guys appreciate this video. Peace out.
No, I don't appreciate this video because it is total nonsense. How in the blue blazers do I top that?
Yeah.
I know, with another Mr. Who Flat Earther from China video. This time he's
no.
responding to a challenge from Wolfie6020. This should be good.
So hello guys. So today I noticed that Wolfie sent me a challenge. So he said, "Hey, make another cool response video to this one, please." I love the last. Alright, so let's watch. But I'm not gonna show the full video because it's full of lies.
Listen, if nobody was showing videos because there's lies in them, then I wouldn't be showing any videos at all to critique on this channel.
So first thing first, let's give this a thumbs down and also make sure that it's 2x speed, okay?
He had to get that thumbs down in there, didn't he? Bless him.
Let's go. Okay. Okay, so this is like his first proof. So like to debunk this, let me just... Okay, so what I postulate is that he's using a compass. So what he's doing is that he draws, you know, partial circles, right? Like everybody can do like the same thing, you know. And so what I postulate is that he draws some like partial circle and like take like 100 photos of partial circle.
So you're saying Wolfie is drawing incomplete circles with a compass, and then he's taking 100 photos of those incomplete circles, and that is then his proof that he's showing.
Yeah.
Right.
I think.
And then I combine
he's
them
taking
together.
a bit more than 100 photos.
Combine them together using like CGI, which is computer generated imagery.
Thanks for that.
So to make like the quote unquote time lapse. So like I'm just going to do an example with like one circle. Okay, so like you guys just watch. So first he draws this circle and then he takes a photo, and then he draws another part of circle and then another part of circle, and then he take a photo and then he take a photo and then he take a photo, like with like several circles. So he is using a compass. So like the first one is debunked. So let's see the next one.
I love how his explanation there satisfies what he thinks is a debunk. Quite incredible. Of course, we all know that pretty much anyone can create...
Stop, Terry, for a second. Just to point out that if it's being recorded at this time of the year, the absolute maximum anybody is going to be able to get a circle on a Star Trail time lapse is half a circle, is 180 degrees, because nighttime, daytime.
Why? But why would he need to take 100 photos though? And where does that come from then? What?
I don't know. You're going to take a bit more than 100 photos. When I do my time lapses, there's usually about 1,500 to 1,800.
Oh, we'll see what you mean. Right. Okay.
To do a Star Trail, a decent length star trail time lapse? Because you forget, you're playing it back at maybe up to 60 frames a second.
Oh, I was giggling like crazy on that the rice bowl thing. That I just lost it.
I still want to know what the sausages were.
Create these star trails with a camera and a tripod.
Okay. Okay, so this is a fake site. Everybody don't go on this site, okay? This site is fake. This is NASA, sponsored by NASA, I'm pretty sure.
It must be faking.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, it must be.
Yeah, so as I explained, so he's like drawing circles using his compass, and he takes like 100 photos and combine them together to... You guys know what a flip book is? It's basically the same thing. You know, there's a lot of, you know, flip book YouTubers on...
Yeah.
What?
Technically, that isn't a flip book type time-lapse video though, because it is actually extending the trails round for each photograph. You apply that effect after you've taken all the photographs. If it was a flip book, it would be just like your icon, Terry, where the stars are just where you see the individual stars and they rotate.
Yeah, just
as
they're just
individual
moving.
stars.
Yeah, you don't see the trails.
Not leaving the trails behind.
Yeah.
Cats, have you seen my thumbnail that I use on here yet? With the star trail, with the Aussie ball?
The one that's on Discord?
No, the one here now. It's
Yeah,
on,
the one
on Zoom.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right.
That's nice. Is that? Where'd you get that from?
Notice anything different about the star trails? Which direction they're going?
Yeah, got you.
And where am I?
So, you're, but the thing is, the southern hemisphere doesn't exist, does it? So how you've done it? What I think you've done is inverted the film, haven't you? You've like laterally inverted the film, which is a clever trick.
Yeah, I wonder where you got it from, Terry.
Yeah, I wonder where I got it from. Alan? Alan?
Yes, yeah.
Alan.
Did you call?
Alan.
Do you need any video work doing or any Photoshop, Terry?
Well, I wouldn't mind the star trails going the other way, but from down here.
Yeah, okay. If somebody can sort me out with a ticket to Aussie Land, I'll be happy to comply.
Right.
I'll even be happy to pay for my new passport.
Okay. Because I got to fix that, because that's just wrong.
on YouTube, you guys can search it up, and you guys will see that I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, the thing with that though is that you can actually usually see the flip book.
Okay, so what's his second observation? Okay, this is a liar. Like, this is not a real equipment.
It's not real.
So his telescope is fake. What is it then?
Okay, so this is his second quote-unquote experiment. So, okay, second experiment debunked. So what he's doing, okay, let me explain to you guys. So he has a paper, and then he's drawing, you know, some supposed like quote-unquote like stars. And then, you know, what he's doing is that, you know, he's turning the paper. You know, he's turning the paper to make the stars to appear turn. Let's say the star is like here, but after he turns the paper and the star will be like here, and then like when he turns the paper again, then the star will be here, and it gives you the illusion that the star is turning, but actually the star is not really turning. And you know, you see like all the numbers here, this is CGI, and also, you know, like the sky is supposed to be black, it's not supposed to be green, so that's also an indication of CGI. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoy this. Peace out.
Oh yeah.
This is quite possibly the worst attempt at refuting globe proof that I've ever seen, genuinely, and that is saying something. Let's move on to someone else before my brain implodes. Next up is good old Flat Earth Banjo. Let's see what he's got today.
this old
Yeah,
chestnut.
this old chestnut, yeah. The cloud behind
That's behind the moon, yeah.
Yeah.
Get your exposure set right, you fool.
Not this again. Okay, all I see here is a thick cloud and then a thinner cloud, both in front of the moon. The moon's light easily passes through the thinner cloud, which makes it appear to come from behind the moon, when in actual fact, it doesn't. Easy.
It happens with any bright light of sorts. Even the rockets, when they were launching, when they went past those power lines or whatever it was that time, they kept saying, "Oh, the rockets are in front of it or something."
Yep, same thing going on
Get
here.
your exposure sorted out, man. Oh, now he has.
And then he overexposes it again.
Well, yeah, so as soon as he moves the majority of the moon off the frame, it's going to.
Yeah, it's automatic exposure, isn't it?
Really isn't proving anything. Have you got anything else, Banjo?
Clouds look like they're in front of the moon to me.
You're not looking at it the right way. Turn your brain off, that might help.
Okay. I don't know, how do I do that?
I guess not. This one is just plain lazy, filming some clouds going over the moon and expecting that to prove something when it doesn't. Come on, Banjo, you're better than that. I've had enough of this one already. Let's move on to our final video on today's Flat Earth Fail compilation. And who do we have on this final video? Ah, it's Flat Earth legend himself, Mr. Phuket Word.
Oh. I thought it was
I
spelled
wonder
with
what
an
he's
F.
got today.
Debaters and debunkers.
Hello, Flat Earth researchers, debaters and debunkers.
Hello.
So have a good look at this and see the sun appearing well below the clouds in front of us, but the tops of the clouds are lit up. So in reality, even though the sun appears to be down below the clouds, it's not. It's still higher than the clouds.
You say that.
Anyone notice the clouds curving over the horizon?
No.
Huh?
Top, but it's more like the back of the clouds, isn't it?
It is still the same height above the level surface that we see in front of us. It's just that it's getting further away. And so it appears to be below the clouds. Physically, it is not.
Yes, further away, but pretty much the same size as it was at midday. Of course, Phuket Word, of course.
And now we can see that it
technically it is above the clouds.
starting to set. And of course, if you believe that you live on a spinning globe, you will believe that the sun is being cut off because of the horizon being some kind of edge of a spherical Earth.
Yeah, because space have
This is not
edges.
the case.
Yeah.
The simple fact is that I'm only a few meters high above the surface, so the distance to my subjective horizon isn't very...
You got to do the horizon as level from Bev Farmer.
Subjective horizon.
But level is horizontal.
What does he mean by subjective horizon? What?
Sorry, he's one of the few voices I can sort of parody.
very far.
So,
of course, the sun gets cut off at a short distance, a relatively short distance from me. If I gain height above this level surface, we would see the sun set again, and we would see this in a gap again between the horizon on the surface and the bottom of the sun.
yes, because you'll be able to see further over the globe's curve.
But the sun won't have gone down. It's just that we will have raised our elevation, and so the horizon across the level surface of the sea will indeed be further than what it is now when I'm about 3 meters above the surface.
You are literally arguing for the globe here?
That's all it is. So the sun isn't being cut off by any curvature. It's not being cut off because we are rolling around on a spherical Earth. And as you can see, again, look at these clouds. The tops of the clouds are lit up. And of course, the sky above is all lit up because the sun is still up there. It's just further away. And so it has now appeared at our local close horizon. But it's not lighting up the bottoms of these clouds, which is what it should do if it was really there where it appears to be. That sun is setting now, and it should be shining up on the bottom of those clouds. It's not. It's lighting up the tops of those clouds because it's still above the clouds.
I would postulate that those clouds are too close to you to have their undersides lit. But how do you explain what's going on here then?
Oh, that's my image.
Or
I got
here?
that one.
Yeah, you don't like them. Yeah, he
No, I
doesn't
got that
like
one.
that either.
Or even here?
I got a couple of them. I got the first
All
one.
right, beautiful sunset. There you go. That's it. And goodbye from me on the coast of Phuket, southern Thailand. Thank you very much.
Proves nothing. Honestly, I thought you were arguing in favour of flat Earth, Nick, not against it. Wow. Next week, Nick will be like this.
It's false. No way. Not this time. We created it. Not this time. No, not this time. It's totally made up.
Well, there we go. Another Flat Earth Fail compilation to brighten your day. I do hope you enjoyed it. If you did, then please do consider subscribing to the channel. It'd be thoroughly appreciated. And whilst you're there, drop a like on the video as well if the feeling takes you. Just enough time to once again thank Surfshark for sponsoring today. Remember, visit surfshark.deals/Simandan and use my code Simandan to get 83% off and 3 months extra free. I've been Simandan. Have yourselves a great weekend, and I'll see you all on Tuesday where we're going to look at some bad Facebook science. See you then.
Oh, good.
That'll be interesting.
I thought I followed poor old Nick Phuket Word on Twitter. I did until anywhere within the last 24 hours. He's blocked.
Okay.
What did you say? Something that was true?
Yes.
And he blocked you. Yeah. No.
Yes. God, I can't remember what I put now, but basically I just called him a liar because he actually put something up a couple of days ago and then sent me a link to that video, and I just said, "What sort of twaddle?" And he tries to make his argument. It's just like, no, I'm sorry, you're a liar. We know you're lying. Just all you have to mention is things like the disappearing lighter. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. There's no way he's a flat earther. He's flown between the UK and Thailand enough times.
Sorry, I was just playing around with yours on the screen.
He's blocked me, so.
Yeah, I haven't made up my mind about Phuket Word or whether he is or isn't a poet.
No, he's full of it. You watched the video where he'd got the 3 lighters and he's trying to show how perspective does.
Yeah,
and then
true.
He palms one of the lighters away.
Yeah.
Oh, does he? Oh, I never.
Oh
seen
yes,
that one.
yes.
Oh, right, okay,
you have to go back a bit. I can't remember which video it was, but then he's got this thing where he's got the 3 lighters and he's got one of them raised up on some books or something, and then he very casually and just makes I think it's the middle lighter. He just palms it and it disappears. Because then it suits his narrative. If he left all 3 lighters in place, it totally demolished the argument he was making. He's as deceptive as they come. He is a liar. Well, like I said, he's flown between here and Thailand enough times to know that the Earth isn't flat. So,
well, that's your lot. That's your lot for tonight, you know, guys.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. Well, it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, it's been. No, I've only been in a couple of hours.
You mean it's been 2 squared hours?
Oh, sorry. Oh.
what time is it where you are?
Where I am is getting on to 12:58, so 1 o'clock
in the morning.
In the morning.
Yeah, because you're now on Sunday morning, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still on Saturday afternoon here, of course.
Yeah, we can tell you the future, but we're not going to give you the lotto numbers. Sorry.
I'm glad it's not Sunday morning because I'm getting at 5:30 tomorrow. No,
God,
actually,
I've
I'm
gotta
leaving
get
the
up.
house at 5:30 tomorrow.
Oh, well, that reminds me. How did you get any results from after your interview, Farmers?
No, I had to chase the agency girlie the other day, but apparently they do not move very fast. So
Oh, so you don't know yet?
I don't know yet. We'll just have to wait and see.
Kat, you said you went to the gym earlier. I hope you had a shower because I don't want anyone to smell you from here.
No, I totally stink as soon as we're finished. I'm going to jump in the shower. I was through the door straight in. I was drenched. Yeah, this T-shirt was white when I put it on.
Oh, was it?
So yeah, I hum really, really badly right now.
Have you got anything coming up on anything?
Well, I've got a deadline. The reason I've not been putting much content out is because, like I say, I'm writing some textbooks and I've got a deadline at the end of next week. But when that deadline is passed, I've got a couple of things that I want to do. It's just I've got to get this work out the way before I can start on it. So nothing to chill out as yet.
Yeah, okay. Paul, you been doing any music lately? Learning?
No, not really. I mean, we've just had a new lot of Harvard students, so we've got to feed and take care of them. So, yep. We're getting another lot in a week too.
Oh.
I'm hopefully having a next one on this series of the Moon Debunks, and the next one is about the famous Apollo 17. Is that no, not Apollo 17? I can't remember which. Where it shows the flag and the Earth in one shot.
I think that is 17, isn't it?
It's 17. Yeah, I get mixed up between some of the photographs, and there's a claim that it's photoshopped. So we're going to attempt a debunk of that one.
Oh, right. Well, I won't say anything about that then because I know exactly how that photo was. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I've got an idea what's been going on and why they think it's photoshopped and stuff like that. It's just a case of I'm not that great with Photoshop, so I'm going to have to demonstrate part of that. So I might need a bit of help with somebody, maybe Alan or somebody. I don't know with that. Let's figure out what I need to do.
Yeah, don't ask me. I only know how to do what I'm doing.
Yeah. I only know the very basics of literally the very basics of Photoshop. So yeah.
Well, of course, Photoshop didn't exist in 1972.
Exactly.
That's a bit of a giveaway.
That's a bit of a giveaway. Yeah. Exactly. It's the fact that photograph was around literally from right after Apollo 17 landed. It's a bit strange, and it was photoshopped. Okay. Yeah. Sure. But I still like to demonstrate why they're wrong as well, not just on that. Yeah.
Oh, there's blue. I was going to see if you put the that image around the right way or not, but you still got it round upside down on your thumbnail.
That's the way it's going to stay too. But
I can't actually make you go upside down in the actual thumbnail, so.
I can't make it go away. It covers my face up. Well, that's actually not a bad thing.
Well, Katz is on a deserted island or a beach somewhere in the Bahamas.
Oh, he's moved locations a bit sharpish, isn't he?
Yeah, that was a quick
Bahamas.
flight.
Let me.
I've tried different backgrounds.
Move it. No,
it's still
it's
there.
all over the place.
No.
Blimey.
Yeah, it's clever how you can have the virtual backgrounds in here. I've even got that one where you can
avatar.
Yeah, I can even have you all sitting at a. Where was that again? I'll cancel that. Oh, I think I broke it. No, I better not do that. I might break something.
I'm not putting my camera on because I haven't even brushed my hair yet, so it's sticking out in a different direction.
And you know it'll happen if I put my. And you know it'll look like if I put my camera on.
Yeah, you scare everybody. That's dark.
I think I've tried this before. It makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit
There we
better.
go.
Yeah. There you go. You got nothing coming
I'm
out
not-
at the moment yet, Blue, have you? You've done with your Cavendish and everything, so you're not
I'm in
stirring
the
up. You're
middle
not
of
stirring
trying
up
to
Anthony at the moment.
finishing up the report on that thing, all 50 pages of it, and trying to get it ready to move to its next home. So hopefully that'll happen in 2 or 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, whatever.
Yeah. Are you going to go and
Make a
visit?
video on that.
Sorry, Paul.
Will I go and visit? Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I was going to say you're going to
Will you
go
make
and
a
visit.
video?
Absolutely.
Will you make a video on the handover?
Yeah, I'm going to try to.
Who are you giving it to? I haven't heard this.
Going to the to a local university.
Oh, right, nice. Very good.
Yeah, they're quite excited to get their hands on it. Oddly enough, they're threatening to actually use the thing.
Okay, then.
Actually, I look forward to that. So we'll see. Yeah, I'll make a video of it and show you guys where it ends up sitting.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see that.
Yeah, it will. Okay, then. Oh, I better say me goodbyes out and then peanuts.
Yeah, because Gary's busy being wrong.
Again?
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, it's sunsets. Everything you see is related to perspective and angles. Sunsets are 100% because of perspective. Never mind.
Well, perspective makes things disappear from the bottom up, does it? Oh, okay.
Apparently so.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, never knew that. It's a new thing in perspective then. Okay.
Good job. I only draw things in orthographic projection. I don't have to worry about perspective.
Well, I'm going to need to head off myself now anyway because it's 5 minutes past 1600. So yeah, I'm going to go.
It is.
Well, we're all going. We're all going to get kicked in a minute. Back to Discord.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. I've got to get up in 5 hours and feed the ducks.
Yeah. There we go. All right then. That's me done out there. Thanks, farmers. Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Cats. Thanks, Blue. Thanks, Paul. Or William Buckland. And
Yeah.
Alan's gone, so we can't hear Alan. Who was out of there? We'll have to shout out to Gary. Dora, John, Elmigs, Dora, Facty. I gotta scroll up. Sean Hawken. Death. Jinxu. I'm gonna miss somebody here in a minute because I can only scroll up so far. Elmigs. I know Surf was out there. Stewie was out there. Thurston. Did I say Death? Yeah, Death's out there. Wally. Fred. Gotta keep going up. John Rapp. Anamorphic Mind. Oh, and Spooky was out there earlier. I remember Spooky.
Yeah, Spooky was there.
Judy wanted to know why, because she hasn't been timed out. I was going to time her out. She said I've never been timed out, so I missed out. Andrea, hello, wonderful person. That's as far as I can go out there. Oh, that's your lot for tonight. Thanks, panel. Thanks, Peanuts. We'll see you. What's today? Saturday. I forget what day it is. Wednesday. That's it. See you on Wednesday.
Bye all. Bye.
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 Hi, Peanuts.
Bye.
Bye, Peanuts.